You guys hear me now? Okay, my audio was a little fucked up. Let me know if you hear the game sound, because something went wrong with my audio. But yeah, so another Newbie tournament this weekend. We got our upper bracket semifinal between Bob Dat Builder and Viva Llama, or Paul the Llama. And we have a blocker that needs to go away. Yeah, let's get this going. So we got Ogres, Greenskins. Okay. So Ogres, we got Slaughtermaster, Troll Guts, Bone Crusher, line of Lead Belchers, Sky Striders, and some Chaff. Okay. Actually, triple Bronze Chevron Noblars. Interesting. What's their stats at with that? Up to 20, 29, 21. Probably still going to lose to Goblins then. Greenskins, we have Azag the Slaughterer on his Wyvern. Nice source of terror with Spirit Leech. You almost never bring Buna against Ogres because it doesn't do a whole lot to them. Their model count is low enough that just doesn't really damage them. Then we got Orc Boys, Goblin Archer, Orc Air Boys, Goblin Archers, Biggins. Okay. Bit of a DAC line, but still a lot of infantry, and then a skirmish corps hidden in the trees. Alright. Nothing terribly out of the ordinary. I should lower my camera speed for casting after this game. Forgot to do that. Missed the tournament? Sorry to hear that, but we will be having more next week, probably. So, hopefully get in next time. Oh, I'm getting pinged in Discord. Oh no, okay, I already saw that.
No speeches, only cleaving, meat and death.
So it looks like Ogres are going to be just taking a defensive position on objective number 3, and then they'll set up their gun line in this sort of a vicinity and push towards objective number 2. Fairly standard for missile factions, and the Greenskins are advancing just towards the center. They want to take space as quickly as possible and deny it to their opponents so that they can actually get a nice surround on that missile position. These Sky Striders pose an interesting problem to the Greenskins. Greenskins have very, very few armor-piercing missiles, because they'll have to deal with these guys in melee, or just spam Spirit Leech on them. But with Troll Guts in the field, Spirit Leech spam probably won't be that effective. So I'm curious to see how, if any, or like what answer, if any, the Greenskins have to these guys. I mean, I'm sure if you throw enough Boar Boys and Boar Boy Biggins at them, eventually they'll go down, but they'll grind it pretty well. They have really, really hefty stats, a lot of armor, a lot of HP. It could be a big problem for the Greenskins. Skirmishers are still hiding in the forest. As well as, oh, I didn't even notice there's a Trapper and a Gorger Vanguard on the other side for the for the Ogres. Interesting. I feel like those guys are going to do pretty poorly unsupported. They need to make sure they get some support over here before they pop out of the trees. So yeah, Ogres are setting up their firing line, waiting for the Greenskins to advance. Everybody seems to be walking very slowly. Okay, Ogres are moving fast. Greenskins are not. Greenskins are in no rush to get anywhere, which means they probably want to summon in more units before they actually start the fight. And Paul is actually banking quite a few supplies. I'm curious what he's going to be summoning in. I wonder if he's saving something big or just going to summon a bunch of things all at once. Ah, the Hammer of Gork. This guy's a really nice supporting piece because it applies this blinded contact effect. Anything that gets hit by it will have its damage output substantially lowered. Curious to see how it does against Ogres. My initial assumption would be that it doesn't do very well against large targets. Catapults typically are better against grouped infantry. But I imagine if it hits some of these Ogre Bulls or Lead Belchers directly, they'll do pretty good damage. Trapper's capping 3. Gorgers are going on a secret mission to go after that catapult. This is pretty risky. I mean, the catapult costs less than the Gorgers, so the Gorgers are probably gonna... I mean, they might kill the catapult, but I feel like they're just gonna get just shit on as soon as they get discovered. I did not see a Stonehorn. Greenskins have a lot of cheap mass, so a Stonehorn will get bogged down very, very easily, I suspect. So, Stonehorns are, yeah, they're really sad about things just like Squig Herds that can just stop them in place, or even just basic Boar Boys do pretty well against them. Archers are getting heavily outranged with Lead Belchers, and they'll get punched very hard. If you're the Greenskin player here, you need to make sure you have your entire army ready to push up before you push up individual units like this, or it's going to get picked off by these Lead Belchers for basically no cost. Skirmishers are coming in on the far side. They should be able to get some good harass onto those Lead Belchers. They will be chased off by the Sky Striders for very long. Lead Belchers are trying to get some returning fire. But not going to do... Yeah, actually did more than I was expecting. Power Fist going down, but that's not going to be doing a whole lot of damage as they are just dodging back in the trees. The Belchers did a lot of return damage, though. The Ogres didn't take a whole lot of damage themselves, both with the Iron Fists just tanking on their shields, and the Belchers being largely out of range. Yeah, Archers pulling back now. Gorgers are going in. I don't think the Greenskins know about this yet. They have no idea that these bad boys are here, and they're coming for that catapult. A little bit of lag coming in. Ogres be just sending in lots and lots of trappers, relying on heavy shooting to deal with probably the big guns and the orc boys. As Ogres aren't not known for their melee prowess. The Gorgers are now spotted. What are the Greenskins going to do about them? So that catapult, it looks like a free launch, and I'm curious if the Greenskins could actually summon in to be an effective answer to these. Probably need some board boy big guns, but nope, they're coming right for that catapult. They are tearing up those poor little gobos, and these guys aren't tanky. They're an artillery crew. Yeah, that's a free lunch for those Gorgers. But here we go, a giant coming in as well as some savage orcs. We'll probably make quick work of the Gorgers, but do some damage on the return as well. And the fact they removed that fairly expensive catapult piece, I believe it's about 900 gold, is nothing to scoff at. And if these archers and these skirmishers have come over, Gorgers are very lightly armored, so they will be taking damage very quickly from any of that shooting. Now the main battle lines are beginning to connect. The Goblin Archers and the Orc Arrow Boys just peppering in on the Noblards and the Ogre Bulls, but I'm really worried about how the Greenskins are actually going to deal with all this Ogre mass. The thing is, these Orc Boys are going to be taking a lot of damage on the charge from these Ogres. And they typically just don't... Ogres can tend to just like plow right through them, knock them all over, and go straight for their target. Yep, exactly like that. They do a ton of damage to the Orc Boys, but they are shutting down the shooting and denying Greenskins the value of their moneymaker. Giants chasing around the Gorger. Kind of wish the Giant would just come to the main fight. He's not going to catch the Gorgers. And you really like that Terror in the main fight, which Terror against the Gorgers is completely useless because they are unbreakable. But for the time being, Azag does have solid control over objective number 1. The Ogres are controlling objectives 2 and 3, and the Greenskins really, the onus is on them to push the Ogres off the center objective, but these Leadbelters are firing in just completely uncontested and getting lots and lots of good value against these Archers. Yeah, these Archers are getting shut down across the board, but the Ogres are going pretty deep to try and shut them down. Curious to see if the Greenskins can actually punish for them. And now the Sky Striders are coming in. They're going to be tearing apart these Wolf Riders. This is just not even a close fight. These are cheap skirmish cav versus some of those elite Rhinox cav in the game. Be tearing them apart, though. They don't deal with lots of models very quickly, as they don't have very many models themselves, but yeah. Just going in immediately, doing loads and loads of damage, I believe. Yeah, causing fear, not terror, but... So routing off a lot of Greenskins, and that's actually just a massive hole in the Greenskin line that the Ogres can now exploit. This could be really rough for Greenskins to actually restabilize here. Most of the Greenskins archers have been getting shut down, and Azak hasn't really made a name for himself just yet. He hasn't really been doing a whole lot. Not sure what if anything he's been spirit leeching. He's actually taking a lot of damage from those Leadbelchers, and he's not been making himself a good terror source either. He's just been kind of idle off to the side. You'd really love to see him get in the fight and start causing terror where he can, but now that the melee has actually broken out, you'd expect Greenskins would do reasonably well, but Ogres, sometimes Ogre Bulls are completely useless in melee, and sometimes they just dominate melee, and I'm not really sure what governs that, to be perfectly honest. But it seems like in this matchup, the Ogre Bulls are actually dominating the Greenskins in melee. Savage Orcs with Wa are actually doing pretty well in return, but these dual weapons and the regular Ogres are just running through the Goblins and the Orc Boys pretty easily. Sky Striders have gotten back on the Hammer of Gork, which was remounted, but now Morgrim's Mage Marauders are shooting into them, and they are the biggest threat on this field to the Sky Striders. They do have that AP main missiles attack, although they do have some missile defense, but not a ton. So, Ogres do seem to be trading out pretty well, but they're going very, very deep, and their Ogres are starting to wear out a little bit. So I could see a pretty big Greenskin resurgence just force their way back on the center objective. And the Ogres have no real way to deal with this giant, aside from the Sky Striders. Leadbelchers are notoriously poor at killing single entities. They much prefer to shoot at infantry. And the Ogres just struggle to kill single entities unless they have Mania Grey Weapons or Crusher Grey Weapons, which are tied up elsewhere and taking a lot of damage from these Orc Warboys. 650 AP Cav is doing a pretty good number on those, 1900, 2100 Rhinox Cav, so definitely a bit of a mistake from the Ogre player letting their Rhinox Cav get caught like that. They're way too valuable to be loose like that. Powder Guts coming in. I'm not really sure what their ideal target... that is actually one good answer to the Giant. That's the one I left out, is Mania Pistols. They do very, very well against those large single entities that can actually be shot. But these Savage Orcs and all the Orc Boys are just getting bogged down on the way, and they're just having a hard time actually making their way to the objective. So they are starting to cap just now. they're going to be having a fairly rough go of it as they're just getting peppered from all sides by shooting. Scav are still going very, very strong. Looks like they got a Butcher's, they're getting heals. That's the thing, against a faction like Greenskins, Ogres are going to be charging their army abilities very, very quickly. And look at the lead belts are just chunking in on these guys. Doing a lot of damage to their own saber tusk, but still doing just quite a number on the Greenskins. Giant has managed to take the center objective from the Ogres. The Ogres are trading in value pretty heavily. On top of that, the fact that a lot of the Greenskin value has been the Sky Striders that has been healed up means the Greenskins are actually falling pretty far behind in value, but the Ogre front line is just nowhere to be found. All that seems to be really left here for the Ogres is their missiles. Their front line has just overextended a little bit and gone a little too deep to try and shut down your opponent's shooting. And now you just have nothing to actually, defend your space and hold territory in the center of the map. Sky Striders are just enmeshed in combat in their opponent's spawn. But they've just been such a nuisance for these Greenskins. They've already gotten 1,700 value. And they've just been such a problem for the Greenskins. They just plowed right through their lines. They killed the catapult. They killed whatever else they felt like. And yeah, they've been a real problem. So we got Spirit Leech coming down the Slaughtermaster, but it's a little late to be starting that. 8 minutes into the game to start Spirit Leeching your opponent's Lord, especially one with access to healing, means you're not going to kill him for, Spirit Leech takes, probably 6 to 8 minutes to kill. By the time that guy gets killed by Spirit Leech, the game will be over. And that's before talking about Troll Guts or Butcher healing him up. I wouldn't mind seeing, Greens try to get cheeky with a little bit of Skirmish Cav back cap. Try to seize on the opportunity of the the Ogres dedicating everything to the center, and try to catch up a little bit in those victory tickets, because they are falling fairly far behind. I feel like Azag just hasn't been doing a whole lot for you. I haven't seen him in melee much. I've not seen many Spirit Leeches, but even still, I'm not even sure what a good Spirit Leeching target is for you. Like I said, the Ogre Lord isn't going to die very quickly. Lead Belchers, I guess, but there's easier ways to kill Lead Belchers, I suspect. But now the Greenskins have largely, where's our space giving me today? They've secured their backline, and now they are able to actually engage in a coordinated push towards the center, and hopefully we'll be able to push the Ogres back off of the center objective. So the Sky Striders do rally in the backfield once again, and they're coming back for the Greenskins. But the Greenskins' ability to just pump out infantry is something the Ogres cannot rival, which might prove to be a problem for them in the long run if they can just keep spamming out infantry, taking the objective. And if the Giant can actually get some good swings on that Lord, with Azag coming from a snipe as well, this guy's in a lot of trouble. He really needs to get out of there. He could die very, very quickly. The Giant gets a couple of good swings on him. Azag gets some good hits on him. He could die very, very quickly. And that Giant's not messing around. The Slaughtermaster is terror routed. If they can just chase him off the Borcav, that could actually be a huge swing in the Greenskins' favor. Neither of these factions have very high leadership, so losing either Lord would be huge for their staying power. They'll just not be able to stay on the map at all if the Lord dies. It's terror routed. Nah, that Giant's just beating on him. Now he's proper routed. The terror's worn off and he's still routing. We get another swing from the Giant in. Looks like, I don't know, it looked like he got a bit of healing, but maybe I'm crazy. And that Giant's like 4 for 4 on hits on the Slaughtermaster. He ain't missed. This Giant is coming for blood. Come on, finish it off. Come on, big boy. Come on. Nah, looks like he's getting blocked up by the other Ogres in the Borcav. But still, that's a lot of damage on the Slaughtermaster. Oh, he has his healing combat item. That's what's healing him up. I'm not crazy. But Azag is just sitting here getting peppered by the man-eater pistols, which he is going to be in a lot of trouble. Wah is coming down across the field, which should help the Greenskins retake, but massive Ogre back up attempt from the on the right side on objective number 1. And Greenskins don't really have a lot to answer this. So despite the snipe on the Lord, I feel like Greenskins are still in a really, really rough spot. I think Ogres have had control of this battlefield for most of the game. I don't think that's going to be changing terribly soon. Although, actually, the Skirmish Cav is actually enough to counteract the capture weight for the moment. Once the Spider Riders were out off, they're in a lot of trouble. And yeah, I think Ogres have this. I don't really see a lot of Greenskins left on the field. It's really in a lot of trouble. The Ogre is getting peppered down. Not the Ogre. The Giant is getting peppered down. Azag's in a lot of trouble. And despite killing the enemy Lord, I think he's dead. Yeah, I don't see him. He's either dead or desummoned. Yeah, Greenskins are still in a pretty rough spot. Looks like he did get desummoned because they don't have Lord loss penalty. Or I'm just crazy and don't see him. One of the two. Spirit Leech is coming down on Ogre Bulls, but I can't help but wonder if Wurzag wouldn't have been more effective, just buffing up your entire army with melee attack. So I feel like Azag hasn't really done a whole lot for you. He's gotten a little bit of value, but not a ton. Greenskins are going to be losing this objective here in just a moment, which will be the 3 cap coming in for the Ogres. It's a really rough spot to be in. The Greenskins did manage to equalize in value there, probably when they got the Lord Snipe, but that doesn't make up for all the positioning you've lost on the battlefield. You're still very, very far down in objective tickets, You just don't own the map. Your opponent is a very, very solid control. That said, the Ogres are starting to run out of ammo on their lead belchers and their pistols. So maybe Greenskins can come and make a comeback, but they've got a lot of ground to make up in not a lot of time. And the Sky Striders are still in the back line, still making nuisance of themselves. 2,300 value, 300 kills already. Greenskins do manage to hold on to objective number 1, preventing the 3 cap. Azeg's in here spirit leeching, but this is all like cheap skirmish cap that isn't even going to do that well against these Ogre Ghouls. But still, just the fact that all of these resources have been dedicated to defending your back cap, or your safe objective, means that you haven't been able to actually consolidate and make a push towards your opponent's objectives. So Greenskins are really on a timer here. They got to get out on the map and they got to get there quickly. And now we're going to be seeing the real strength of the Ogres, which is just that Ogre Bulls are really quick. They've got 54 speed and they're able to reinforce these objectives a lot faster than the Greenskins are. If Greenskins want infantry, it's going to be a lot slower. If they want to get something fast, it's going to be a lot weaker in combat. So Greenskins are in a really tight predicament. They are going for a backup attempt, but there are some dual weapon bulls here to try and save them off. And the Wolf Riders will not do very effectively in melee against them, I suspect. They're very, very low stats. So they're going to have to just kind of dance around and just avoid the fight whilst being on the objective and capping. But with more and more Ogre Bulls and Novice coming in, I don't really see a way for Llama's Greenskins to get back onto this field. Yeah. Sure, no problem, dude. These are fun. Azeg is getting dismembered and shot with the lead belchers and the melee pistols. It's a really nice catch from Bob. Azeg might go down here, but yeah, losing your lord, like I said, for either faction is really big because your leadership will not hold without them. Your leadership barely holds with them. So if they can just get a couple more shots, come on, 120 HP, like one good shot will kill him. 58, there, down goes Azeg. And I believe with that, so falls the hope of Llama's Greenskins. Actually, no, he's taking the center objective. But maybe he can retake this. Well, he can take the center objective, but he still has to take objective number 3 as well. And if Bob just starts bringing out whatever he can from here and just running to objective 3, it's going to force the Greenskins to commit very, very deep into the field to actually retake that. There's not a lot of mobility tools left on the field. It's just kind of some orc boys. Actually, the Ogres might... No, the Ogres do get... The Saber Tests are enough to actually hold the objective. And there's Noblars coming to threaten the backup on objective 1. Which is the any mobility tools that Greenskins has summoned in will have to go to deal with them. Once again, putting him in the predicament of, do I take the objective I need to take, or do I defend the objective I need to defend? It's a really tough predicament to be in. Having those Noblars, I think one of them just rallied in the right position, is super lucky, and also, you know, very clever from Bob to just identify that unit was there and see the opportunity he could make with it. Yeah. Meat grinder in the middle is going to favor the Greenskins, but unfortunately it's just not having fast enough. In about a few seconds here, that will be 1,500 points going to Bob's Ogres, and there we go. Bob takes our first game.
Unending glory is yours.
Alright, let's look at some of these values. The Sky Striders did a ton of work. 2,400 value. They're a 2,100 gold unit, so that's pretty good return on investment. Gorgeous got a little shut down. It was pretty ambitious going back there. I mean, I like the attempt, but you're sending an 1,100 gold unit to shut down a 900 gold catapult, which I mean, it did. It did its job, but then it just got caught out, which was unfortunate. Lead Welch got to spend most of their ammo, got some good value. And yeah, the Ogre Bulls just really perform in melee against some factions, and they really don't against other factions, and I don't understand why. Like, sometimes they can just really, really bully infantry. Power Guts did really well. I don't know, Azeg is a bit of an odd pick. I think Warzeg is just kind of better in this matchup. I did like the Giant. The Giants are typically really hard for Ogres to remove. Again, the Powder Guts are a good answer to it, but Most people don't bring melee pistols that much these days, but it's a nice consistent terror source. It hits really, really hard. So I actually really like those against ogres. Yeah. Got some good value of the skirmish cav. His skirmish cav float's pretty good. Like, he got his cav where he needed to. I think his infantry just got messed up pretty quickly. Unfortunately, he had no really way to protect his archers from the mass of the ogres pushing through his front line. So a couple of them got value, but for the most part, the ogre bulls were able to just bully their way through the orc boys and get onto the archers. Biggins? And Biggins got shut down by the lead belchers. That's unfortunate. Alright, this is a best of 3 though, so Llama's not out just yet. Actually, let's fix our camera settings real quick. I can catch up with chat. Skystars don't even break for Cold One nights. Oh, Portal's big Mars charge Skystars. I mean, it's kind of your only real option. You probably want probably a little better if it was the board with big guns, just had that anti-large bonus. But I don't know, like, you have to address the Skystars. They're just gonna run over all of your infantry. And Greenskins, you gotta do something about them. So board riders are a cheap option that ties them up for a while and can do some decent damage to them. But the healing was a real problem too, just the army ability. The fact that ogres can farm their army abilities so quickly against Greenskins is a real problem. Hey Wicked, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Last day vacation? That sucks. How was your vacation though? Where you guys at? You go somewhere or you just taking off work for a couple of days? Alright, looks like we got Lizard's Empire on Needle Mist Isle. Okay. Bittersweet, impact the East Coast from Colorado to see your family. That's nice. Stuff happened not good. Yeah. Family go to the beach. Well, you just got to have some fun and see your family. Looks maybe I still be chilling in Colorado now. Oh. Take what you can get, I guess. I just had a horrifying moment of... I forgot whether or not I put my screen blocker up. I'm just sitting here looking at builds. Hey Fistel, how's it going? Totally worth it? That's good to hear. Just worn out though. Nice. So, back in the day in Warhammer 2, the way this matchup usually played out was the Empire would just go a full like pike and shot build, just maximum spears, maximum halberds, and a couple of handguns, maybe a cannon. And then Lizards would try to rush. They couldn't really bring a lot of dinos because, excuse me, the spears, halberds, and handguns just ruined them. So they relied a lot on their infantry, Saurus, Redcrests, Stalkers, that kind of thing. That dynamic has changed a lot coming into Warhammer 3. The nature of Domination means that kind of defensive playstyle isn't as viable. You have to have your units fend for himself a little bit more, which really helps the Lizards a lot, because that used to be a very Empire favorite matchup. But now, Lizards have a lot more play because their infantry can actually get those one-on-one fights and actually grind really effectively and avoid just getting shut down by the enemy missiles a little bit more. The enemy missiles are easy to shut down, except for war wagons, which are going to be a really big threat to Bob's Lizards if Llama decides to bring them, which I suspect he will. Most Empire players bring a lot of war wagons because they're just incredibly strong right now and very, very hard to shut down. And I don't think Lizards have a good answer to war wagons. So it could be very, very troublesome for Bob if his opponent does elect to bring them. Let's not shame the old ones. Working very hard to get the win rate back over 50%. Fair enough. No, the trick is to keep their win rate low, so then they get buffed, right? That's how that works. Good in this matchup is Empire purely with war wagons, heavy cannon, grenade launchers. Yep, very effective. Lizards have a very hard time shutting that kind of stuff down. They're a little bit better against the heavy cav and grenade launchers these days because their cav got buffed pretty heavily coming into Warhammer 3. But they still have just no answer to war wagons, which isn't unique to Lizards. Most factions can struggle with war wagons. You're pulling for a Saurus discount? Saurus are good. I don't know why you're a Saurus hater and a skink lover. Saurus are good, skinks are bad. I've been saying it for a while now. Say it with me, Fistful. Saurus good, skink bad. Skink shaming. That's funny. I'll skink shame if I want to skink shame. Alright, Here is the question I have for you, chat. Who has selected the better banner for their faction? Which of our players has selected the better banner? Do you like the Nakai faction? I can't remember what it's called. Or that other Empire faction I can't remember the name of, because I don't play Empire. I think that's Sterland, maybe? Oh, the Empire stands are going to get mad at me. Okay, give me win rate. Enough win rate to 50%? Yeah. They died of missiles. Not great. I have not had much issue with Saurus dying to missiles. Averland, that's the one. Yeah. Alright. Sorry if you can hear my incredibly squeaky chair. I will not be fixing it. Alright, so lizards. We have a lizard tide. We have Saurus, we have skink cohorts with jabs, we have exactly one basic skink just to make Fistful happy. We have a skink priest of beast with just Manticore summon. We have a couple of stalkers, interesting, and some skink chameleons. For the Empire, we have Marcus Wolfart. We have the Silver Bullets. We have oh, that's not even the Sunmaker, it's just a regular Hellstorm. Don't see that very often. We have a Jade Wizard with Dwellers and Earthblood. We have spears. Okay, we have lag is what we had because I pushed buttons and nothing happened. Spears, spears, swords, swords. Just a lot of infantry. You don't see a lot of Empire infantry these days. We have an Empire Captain with Hold the Line. To buff up that Empire infantry to help it grind a little better into Saurus. It's a creative build. I don't know if it's going to be enough because while the spears do have really good melee defense, their offense and weapon strength is pretty low. They have a very hard time chewing through the Saurus. They'll kill skinks just fine. Saurus can be a bit of a problem. So I like the Stalker Vanguard over here to come and capture this objective without and possibly in the center without being spotted by and shot by artillery. Because if you're playing against the Empire, you're always worried about the Sunmaker. So you bring a large contingent of stealth units to come and capture objectives and force your opponent to come out into the map where you can surround them. So otherwise, the Empire can just like sit here, shoot the shit out of you with the Sunmaker as soon as you try to cap, and then get a massive value lead before they even leave their spawn. So I like the Stalkers. Stalkers let you actually cap objectives without putting yourself at risk. So, it's a neat idea. Black Lions. Did I miss the Black Lion? Oh yeah, the Black Lions. Good against dinos, good against pterodons or rippers as well. They're good against anything large, basically. They aren't super accurate. Or not super, they don't penetrate models. So they're a little suspect against infantry. But if there's any flyers or any big dinos, which usually there will be some, definitely not a bad idea. I also don't know how I missed that. Yeah, kind of would like to see some of those chameleons come over here and cap this objective too. Because basically what I see with, like I said, with the Stalkers, I want to see them capping the objectives from the safety of stealth. Does Marcus have any of his items? Oh, he has all of them. Amber Bow, Hunter Snare, and Focused Shot. Okay. So I like this from Bob, just setting up in the trees. Just, staging in the trees entirely before he takes the fight. Gets really wide and spread so that his opponent has to get a nice wide line of their own to defend against it. Otherwise, he can get around and get in the back line. The Empire, yeah, you really want to set up in this kind of position and threaten the objectives from here with your range. Although it's a little hard with these trees in the way, so maybe you have to be a little bit more forward, like here. Like this kind of a box. That way you can have your missiles pressuring center and objective number 2. And you just send one swordsman to sit on the edge of each objective, or spear, probably spear. And then just sit in your box with your missiles and pressure from there. That said, what Bob can do then is just, sit stock units on the other side and out cap. We got, yep, there's a good target for the Black Lions. Blossom Hunters. I really like these guys. These guys shred anything large, but there's not a lot of good targets for them, so I'm kind of curious. I mean, usually you'd bring them expecting things like War Wagon and Heavy Cab. We don't see any of that just yet, except for the Black Lions. So I honestly feel like a regular Ripper would have been more useful at this exact moment. Chameleons, Skinks are pushing up to try and... I assume they're trying to get some cheap shots on the Spearmen while they can. Yeah, those guys... Oh, we got a deep Vanguard from the Chameleon Stalkers. Manticore Summon coming in. Curious what I'll target with it. I'll probably go after the Jade Wizard, although the Black Lions are also a good target. Black Lions are just going to line up some shots if they can on the way in, try and rampage it into the spears. See if they can get some shots. And ideally, you rampage this thing and it just goes and fights spears for the duration of the summon, which is exactly what happened. Well, those aren't spears, but did a ton of damage. Now it's rampage and not going after the target at once. And we have more and more spears. We have a lot of Empire infantry and some Empire Knights. Okay, so opting for a pretty melee-heavy build on both sides, which I kind of like. You don't see a whole lot of this with the Empire. Yeah. Clawson Hunters are flying over. They need to be a little careful now that the silver bullets are on the field, because they could tear them apart very, very quickly. Cheeky Chameleon Stalkers. Okay, let's see. I am generally not a fan of these units damage-wise, because their missile attack does very little damage. They're spotted. Like, there's no reason to just be sitting here. Like, his opponent can see them. Yeah, Clawson Hunters are netted by Marcus Wolfhart and getting torn apart with the silver bullets, which is a really rough situation to be in. There's a really nice catch from Llama. And this is what Marcus is excellent at. Amber Bow Shot comes down. It's really, really good damage, and the silver bullets just lighting those bad boys up. Half HP off of them immediately. Did they lose any models? I don't... Okay, they lost a model, it looks like. Still, it's not bad. Empire Knights coming in, and Lizards don't have a whole lot of good answers on the field to Empire Knights at the moment. Nothing here is really good at stopping Armored Cav. The spears will poke them down if they stay in prolonged melee, but they shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. Llama's just going to pull them out and just keep cycle charging. The silver bullets are doing a ton of work already. We got a lot of damage value down. Sword spears taking some damage. What happened to those? Aha, that's what I suspected. But now the problem is seeing through your opponent's spawn like this is a very good catch from Llama. Like, this is exactly why it's very dangerous to do that. We have some free coming militia coming in and try to punish them as well. And now their shots are just going everywhere. They're just... Why are they exploding? Why are they just exploding themselves? That's not how that's supposed to work. Cav's coming in. That's a very, very nice catch from Llama, though. But Llama is up a ton in value, but he hasn't actually taken many objectives yet. He's got objective 1 fairly securely, but he needs to actually push forward and take objective number 2, which I suspect he might struggle with. He doesn't have a lot of killing power for these Saurus. He's picked apart his opponent's, like, key pieces. The Clawson Hunters are down a bunch of HP, the Stalkers are taking a lot of damage, but you don't have much to actually just grind through all of these Skinks and Squirrels, all these Lizardmen bodies. The Saurus should outgrind Empire Infantry by quite a mile, even with the Empire Captain's help. But, yeah. There's not a ton of Saurus on the field, and most of them that are on the field are spears. Two more Rippers coming in. I kind of like this against an infantry-heavy build like this. A lot of Rippers can do a lot of work against infantry, but they need to be very careful getting netted again. And just getting shot to pieces by the silver bullets. Silver bullets are definitely a good target for them, because you need that off the field, because otherwise it's such a high damage unit, you need to remove it as quickly as possible. Rippers are very good at that, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Toad Rages pop. Clawson Hunters are rampaging onto the Black Lions, as well as some Empire Knights, but the Black Lions should be able to slip out of there just fine. Oh, that's a nasty Dwellers. Oh, that's going to hurt. Oh, Llama found the blob, and he's punishing it really hard. That's going to be 2 Saurus and a Skink Jav with a lot of ammo left. She's getting absolutely deleted by that spell. Oh, that spell is so nasty. And yeah, Bob realizes it too late. Skinks are routing. The Saurus are just gone. That actually really, really hurts Bob. That really hurts. Losing 2 of your, like, 3 or 4 Saurus. That's most of your frontline strength just gone in an instant. That really hurts. Yeah, Paul the Llama's up just a ton of value already. Okay, Rippers are getting onto the Black Lions, but a net does come down to just try them in place. Cav are coming to peel them off. Manticore Summon is coming in. Again, curious what its ideal target is. Looks like it is going to be the caster, but yeah, net's coming down. The silver bullets. Oh no, those aren't the free coming militia. What happened to the silver bullets? Did they die off? Looks like they are gone. I don't see them anywhere. That said, Lizards are about to initiate the 3 cap, which Empire needs to do something about. Ideally sooner rather than later, but they're still not in a terrible spot. If they can just value trade for a while, it'll be in a good spot. Bob is making up a ton of resources. Curious what he's summoning in over here. Just looks like the Skink Tide. Okay. And it's more Skinks and Saurus. Okay. Not a bad choice, but he still has 1,200 gold in the bank. I'm curious what he still has in his reserve that he could summon. Rippers doing Rippers do, just tearing apart infantry, but this backfield position for the Empire has just been very, very safe and very hard to assail for Bob. You know, Llama's just done an excellent job of keeping his backline safe and keeping things alive and shooting, which is proving to just be taking a massive toll on the Lizardman army. But there's still a lot of meat to grind through. A lot of Saurus, a lot of Skinks. But these spears with the Empire Captain actually aren't doing too bad. Their weapon strength is a lot lower than the Saurus, but their melee defense is actually quite a bit higher. Yeah, especially with the support from some free-coming militia, as well as a spellcaster. Doing pretty good work, but they need to get on these objectives pretty soon. They're going to be forced into the 3-cap situation. Free-coming militia coming in, they'll do some nice damage in the backs of the Saurus. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Peppered in the Saurus. And you really want to see, now that this backfield position has been, you know, secured, start pushing forward and start taking the objectives with all these units. Ah, there's the silver bullets. Okay, they didn't die. Saurus are still just grinding and grinding. We got Tic-Tac-Toe in. Curious what his target is. Probably going to be going for something like the Black Lions or the characters. He's quite good at just diving and gooning out characters. Okay, he's just a stripped down naked Tic-Tac-Toe. Super cheap. Is he going for... what is he going for? Keep an eye on that. Yeah, the Empire misaligned is just completely free to fire at the moment. Almost done a very, very good job keeping that alive, but he... yeah. Okay, Tic-Tac-Toe is going for the Black Lions. Yep. Should do pretty good at that job, but the problem is as soon as these guys start walking away, he won't be able to connect with them anymore because they have very, very buggy hitboxes like all war wagons, which kind of sucks. Also, Rocket Battery is completely fresh. Has this thing not fired at all? Is this a brand new Hellstorm? Gonna do a very good job of clearing through the Saurus. No Sunmaker, but it's still pretty damn good at killing infantry. Yeah, Tic-Tac-Toe, interesting. Also, why does he have that icon? He's going for the Hellstorm now, but one man alone in the enemy backline is not going to do a good job of shutting it down. I'd love to see another Dwellers come in the center if you've got it. Just drop it like right in this blob of Saurus and Skinks. Be a ton of value. Or just, you know, Hellstorm. Hellstorm will also do that same job quite well. Also punishes blobs pretty darn good. Objective 3 has been just completely uncontested this entire game. This game has been entirely about the Empire's backline, keeping it safe. Okay, the Empire Knights do finally get onto objective number 1. They have about almost a 3,000 value lead, but they haven't actually been able to translate it into objective points until now. And the Empire does have to 3-cap, so they need to start shooting through these lizards pretty quickly. Now, where is that Lifecaster? Where are the Dwellers? There's just so many bunched up... I mean, I guess they're Skinks, but still, like bunched up infantry units like this is just a beautiful target. Well, no, this actually starting to look a little rough for the Empire. Their front line is just getting worn down by the Saurus and the Skink spam. And their backline just isn't doing a good enough job of killing the infantry. They've killed all the big things, all the big threats to the backline, but not actually the threats to the front line. The thing is, with all the shooting he brought, it's all like powder shots, which don't do a good job of killing infantry because they struggle to get line of sight. Hellstorm is good at killing infantry, but it's only been firing for a short time. And now it's already being compromised by just a bunch of Skinks and Tic-Tac-Toe. So some Feral Cold Ones. And Lizards are actually maintaining the 3-cap. They got some Saurus Spears over here, and the Empire actually moved off from Objective 1 to try and peel them off. And this is looking actually pretty rough. Llama has to get on these objectives here pretty soon. He's getting a lot of trouble. And just the Empire front line has completely crumbled. Completely folded. The infantry spam just hasn't really been working out for him. You know, militia getting shut down by Feral Cold Ones. I like the Feral Cold Ones, the late game summon. Just coming in, cleaning up whatever's there. It's like, okay, there's the Dwellers we've been asking for. Should get... yeah, some good damage. That's just one unit of Skinks. I mean, it bails out your caster, but still, that's a 300 gold unit of Skinks. That kind of feels bad. I mean, you need to do it. You need to keep your caster safe and alive, but still feels kind of bad. Yeah, I don't know if the Empire's going to be able to get out of here. All of their, like, value generating units, the things that actually are doing the killing, are getting shut down. The free-coming militia, the Hellstorm, Silver Bullets. Black Lions are still alive, but they have not been able to spend their ammo, actually. They've just been spending this whole game just kiting away, which is, you know, it's fine. You're punishing them for it, but I feel like you would have been better off with just a regular war wagon. They can shoot while running away. So that is the big downfall of the Black Lions, that they have to be stationary or they have to be facing to shoot, whereas basic war wagons can just, you know, fire on the move. Getting 360. Try to shoot TXO, but... Alright, Wolfric and some great swords have pushed on objective number 1, and they should be able to take that, but it's like nothing over here on this side of the map to contest objective 3 for the Empire. This is looking really rough. The Empire's on a very, very short timer. They've only got about 2 minutes to cap these objectives. And there's more and more Skinks, and I assume Saurus being spammed out by Bob. This is looking pretty rough. The Empire struggles to clear out all of this infantry very quickly. And now these Feral Cold Ones and Tic-Tac-Toe are just coming to just stall out the cap and just try to hold as long as possible. And geez, that's a lot of damage on the Greatswords. Feral Cold Ones are APs. They can do pretty well in this fight, but they should be outclassed by Greatswords, who do cost twice as much as them. But they're just getting eaten. They're just getting eaten alive. And with more Cold One Spear Rise coming in, the Lizardmen might actually be able to hold on this objective and maintain the 3 cap until the end of the game. Yeah, the Cold One Spear Riders making sure they are holding the objective. The Great Swords are just getting crumbled, and Great Swords, not so great swords. They're just such a rough unit right now. They've never been that good. Yeah, Lizardmen are going to be able to hold that objective, and I think Bob's got this. It was looking so good for the Empire initially. They were at a massive value lead at the beginning, but then their infantry just folded. Like, Lizardmen infantry is just so much higher quality than the Empire's, unfortunately, and they just kind of got crumped. Yeah. That'll be game 2 going to Bob that Builder. Yep. Maintained a 3 cap for almost the entire game, which is very impressive.
Unending glory is yours.
Yeah, Bob takes the game. Yeah, the Saurus grinding did really good work, but it was just so many bodies. The Empire just struggled to remove the bodies. I feel like the Sunmaker would have gone so far, like just done so much for you in that matchup as the Empire. Kind of curious why he didn't bring it. You know, maybe he's just a Chad and just didn't want to cave it in the meta, which I respect. Yeah, those Dwellers were pretty nasty. A lot of value. The Captain, yeah, the Black Lions. You know, he kept them alive for most of the game, but Bob was just hounding them the entire time, making sure they couldn't fire. Their bullets did pretty well. Yeah, the Empire infantry just kind of underperforms, unfortunately. The Cav did really well. I also would have liked to see him lean a little more into the Cav instead of the shooting, I feel like. Maybe if you just replace some of these free company with Knights of the Blazing Sun, maybe drop the Black Lions for a couple of them. Maybe you could just lance them all down with Knights of the Blazing Sun. But anyway, that is Bob taking our series 2-0 and advancing to the finals, while Llama will go down to the lower bracket semis and play whoever scraps their way out of there. Now, let me take a look and see if we have another game to watch at this moment, or if we're going to have to wait a little bit. So, take a look over the bracket for a second, or we won't, because Streamlabs has decided not to. There we go. So, up here we have this game we just watched, Bob the Builder versus Vivalama. Bob is advancing to the finals down here, and Vivalama is going to be down here in the losers bracket to face the winner of, well, whoever wins this game, which I'm seeing if we can get spectate, but I think it's already begun. And then either Tomos or one of these two. So, looks like we're going to be waiting just a little bit to get another game to watch. In the meantime, what are you guys up to in chat? Austin is best color scheme on unit. Nice black and white. Spend more time comparing color schemes than I want to admit. Yeah. Picking banners is like low-key one of the best parts of Warhammer 3. You know, to pick your sub-faction. What time comparing colors? Yeah, Black Lions. Yeah. I think they penetrate a little bit, but I don't know. I've never been impressed with their damage as infantry. They're much better against large targets. Where does he come from? Where does he go? Turn on right. God damn it. My doubts the stalker inclusion. Lizard spam wins the day. Lizard, just body spam with lizards is actually really effective. They just have really tanky, grindy infantry. So they can actually just like spam out so many bodies. They're very hard to remove if your opponent doesn't bring the right tools. Just like Llama doesn't know that map. Bad shooting lines and bad defense variety. Maybe. Next game, go back and watch. Anything sticks out that you need to fix? Fix your banner. Your banner was pretty low tier. Chat all thought you were outpicked in the banner department. You had no idea that your opponent had Marcus Wolfheart, and so you got netted and almost lost your Colossus Hunters from it. You took a lot of damage because of it. So usually when I load into a game, especially against factions that have large amounts of stocked units on their roster, which Empire does have a handful of them, I will go in and I'll count their units, and then compare it to the list in the top left. And if the numbers don't add up, then I know something's fucky, and I will be a little more careful. Because getting netted on a 1400 gold Ripper, which isn't very tanky, is a pretty rough spot to be in. Just be a little more patient, get some more information before you go balls deep. I mean, Huntsmen also fuck up the Colossus Hunters, so... It's just a matter of you need to be a little careful when you don't have all the information. You really want to have all the information you can before you start taking the fight. Kind does work in forest and starting zones. I mean, it wouldn't have until he snuck his command stalkers into his opponent's forest and spotted them all. So like Bob had the tools to scout effectively, and he did with the stalkers and some of the command skinks. He wouldn't have been able to do it immediately, but he did the scouting. But he just didn't. It didn't seem like he respected the information he had. Not all of the other Empire Lords. Well, the other thing is it's Domination, so anything can be a Lord, but... I mean, you could bring all the Empire Lords on foot, I guess. Don't know why you would, but... Actually, does Volkmar have Hidden Forest on his wagon? I don't remember. Let me check. Hold on, I need to be in a player slot. Empire. Where's the Empire? Empire. Volk Daddy. No, he doesn't have Hidden Forest. Okay, question answered. Dude, stock plays all day. Did you could just push opponent all game? Mm-hmm. Wait a second. This is the lobby. I found the lobby that we're looking for. They don't have a spec slot. 3. Empire. Oh yeah, grenade launchers would have been a problem there for the lizards. Yeah, grenade launchers would have hurt a lot. I didn't create launch more wagons. That's why it's only feral cold ones. Fair enough. Command Skinks do pretty well against grenade launchers too. Spread formation and missile resist, along with, you know, good shooting, means they can actually trade pretty well into them. Problem is the Great Electrics can just run away. But, like, they're a decent zoning tool. Let me in. I'm gonna straight up unless the wagon dives in. Yeah. Curious what this what these other lobbies are. So how are you guys, chat? What are you guys up to? Or this is the best of one we're waiting on. So, well, I mean, even once we get in, but should be able to get in pretty soon. These results with Chameleon's extreme wagons, as long as the micros know how to play the range diff super closely. Yeah. A little tricky. No tournament today, sad day. Well, this is what you get for winning. This is your punishment. See, around here we punish people for winning. Actually, I think Subato's talking about planning hosting a tournament tonight, so there might still be hope for you. I don't know if he made a decision, but he mentioned it, that he was thinking about it. Yeah, no, Subotai. Oh, I know. No, never mind. I can't read. Yeah. What other tournaments do we have coming up? What other tournaments are coming up? Let's see. We got Sunday Night SFT. T-Rex, that's tomorrow night? Okay. Is this single Elim? Or is this Swiss? Or what form? Oh, best one. Double Elim. Okay. Nobody's got all the qualifiers. How hard is it to organize a tourney? They're still not hard at all. It's quite easy. Would I get in trouble for showing you guys how hard it is? Basically, on the back end, you get a text box to put all of this shenanigans in, and then you have a spot to upload it in a thumbnail. You put in the time and date, you put in the title, you hit save, you're good to go. It's very easy. The hard part is like getting everybody like all the bookkeeping, making sure everybody's on time, make sure things are running smoothly, make sure everybody's actually playing. Like actually like posting it is pretty easy. It's just the admin it in real time takes well, it's not that hard, but it takes being attentive. Unless the brackets break down and everything. It's only happened twice. Well, it's only happened to me twice. And that was just a bug with the site where it just ate the bracket one time. Well, actually, what happened to me once, it happened to somebody else. It wasn't my problem the second time. Ugh. The Warhammer World Cup qualifier tournament was completely crumped again. Someone won a match, reported it, and then surrendered. That's a pretty easy fix, though, to be honest. Like, was it this one? I assume. I'm assuming it's whoever Gianni. Because, like, from an admin perspective, yeah, because H is 0, so us in this game. All I do is click on this, it opens another window, and then I just take out Gianni's name, replace it with Hadri's. It's a very easy fix for the admins, to be honest. I like how the rules for the Warhammer World Cup keep growing every tournament as more and more problems keep sprouting up. Because, like, this wasn't here before. What is it? This wasn't here before. Yeah. Like, new rules keep popping up as things go awry. It's kind of funny to just see the evolution of the rule set. But yeah, that kind of thing's really easy to fix for the admins. Yeah, Fistful, if you want to look into hosting tournaments, just hit up Turn, let him know you're interested, and then if he gives you access, I can walk you through how it all works. I'd be happy to. Just message him. Cool. This was this morning, right? Why is it not finished? Oh well. Anyway, still looking for that game. Alright, I'm messaging the next person in the rec and tell them not to start without me just so we don't miss anything. So many land battle lobbies? Yeah. Well, with land battles, like with Dom, you can hop on the ladder, play whatever. With land battles, you really want to play with somebody you're like in contact with, because half the time when you play land battles just through ranked matchmaking, you're getting like corner camping, forest camping, single entity bullshit. Like land battles, you really want to make sure the person you're playing with is like on the same page with you as regarding the experience you want. Like most people don't enjoy playing against, like the above forest camping, white line camping, that kind of thing. Spellkite. Whereas in Domination, it's really easy. Just hop in a lobby with anybody, and like the rules are set, which is the big appeal of Domination, in my opinion. Feedback: be easier to watch if you reduce camera speed. Adjust the camera. Um. So. Where is it? Max smoothing is all the way up already, and I have the movement speed down pretty low. Like I'm trying. I just move my camera quickly. I appreciate the feedback, but like, I have this already up to full. And yeah, the first game it wasn't because I'd forgotten these settings, so I went and fixed them. But for the second game, these were on. Is this the lobby I'm looking for? Well, I guess we'll never know because password protected. It's not 123. I thought the laws was that all Todor lobby passwords had to be 123. Is there another way to increase like camera smoothness somewhere else in the options that I'm not aware of? Because honestly, the option menus in this game are kind of a nightmare to find things in. When turn camera jumps in between 4 unit groups to check on them in the span of 2 seconds, my brain always starts to lag. Yeah. Well, Turin usually plays without the debug cam, doesn't he? He plays with the standard camera, which means he's zoomed in a lot forward, which means more, which means he needs to jump around a lot. What is this? What does this do? Ah, lovely. Anyway, let me in. Ah, I've been informed this is the next lobby. Nice. Blocker, quick, blocker. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're waiting on, like I said, one of the other games is going to come and play Tomos, so just going to hang out with Tomos until then. This game is taking a very long time. Okay. One of the guys from the last game just DM'd me saying they're done. So, should be getting started here in a moment. Alright, so we have Ketars versus Tomos. Nice. We finally have a game. And this is still a best of one. And the next game will be best of three, and then we'll have our finals, which I think is also best of three. You'd think I remember seeing this. I wrote the rules, but yeah, it's a best of three. Okay. You bet there will be rats. We haven't seen rats yet today. Well, we haven't seen a whole lot yesterday. We haven't been going that long, but definitely possible. Do you know something I don't? Does one of these players main rats? Are there rat mains among us? Let's fix those banners. That's not what I meant by fixing it. That is not fixed. Okay. So we have Tomos. And we have Ketars. Tomos is a rat enjoyer. Ah, rats. I see. Played them yesterday for 7 weeks Swiss League. Oh yeah, I should play my Swiss League game. I haven't done that yet. I think I got Kark in the first round. Hey, look, you were right. Tomos immediately get locks Skaven. Ketars looks like they have Empire. Alright. Alright, if either of our players are listening, we will be doing the same thing again with the banners. You will be judged on your banners. The people will be your judge. So make sure you bring out your highest quality banners this game. Everyone's Skaven default banner? Yeah, Clan Moors is the default. Alright, so I have good news. And that is, well, it's good news for me. You guys may feel ambivalent about it, but Skaven tend to fuck up war wagons. We won't be seeing war wagons this game, I suspect. Like, Giselles, Rattling Guns, Warp Lightning Cannons, they're all just really, really good against war wagons, so probably won't be seeing a lot of those, which is good news in my book. I think our players are listening because they both start flipping banners at the same time. Alright, these ones were settled on? Alright, I'm going to start the poll. Feel free to wait to answer it until they have made their final choices. Shit, I fucked up. I fucked up the poll. Alright, chat. Who has the better banner? Mortar wagons for the people? That would be something else. Well, this game looks better. The Vampire one is green. Oh, you're just biased towards green. Alright, so Skaven build. We have Natty Boobos to fuck up any war wagons, a couple of globes, Chieftain with power grab, a couple of gutter runners, and then a smattering of bodies and some rat ogres. For the Empire, we have Boris. I kind of like Boris here. As well as an Amber Wizard with transformation. So the Manticore Summon Flock of Doom. Flagel's Greatsword. Whoa. A lot of expensive infantry against Skaven. And a couple we have mortars. They're not wagon mortars, they're mortars. Okay. So I like Boris here because obviously he's Flying Terror. He's regenerating, so he's hard to kill. And he also has, not that, whereas he has Blood Roar from being on a Griffin. He's an additional -8 leadership on top of the -8 from Fear. So that's -16 leadership, which is huge against Skaven's low leadership. So he can do some really, really good work just rear charging and terror routing against Skaven. He has to be a little careful for, you know, the classic Howling Warp Gale plus Rattling Guns or Giselle combo, but with his regen and reasonable amount of HP and armor, he should be fine. Yeah, this is a lot of infantry. So, yeah. Infantry is typically a bad idea in Skaven because of this unit right here. Globes, as well as mortars, but globes are the more ubiquitous pick. Because they just shit on infantry very, very easily. Scans of Lords being desummoned to proc power grab across the entire army. Thanks to ye old chieftain. It looks like the mortars are going to be pushing up and positioning in like this kind of an area so that they have nice line of fire onto the middle as well as this entire hillside. They're just going to try to control this sort of a space with those mortars. We've got grenade launchers coming in. Grenade launchers need to be a little careful. Night Runner, Gutter Runner, I suspect will trade pretty well into them, although they are outranged, so maybe not. We got some Death Runners coming in. They've got a long way to go if they're going to try to sneak up on the artillery, which is what I suspect they're used for. But I don't know. They can definitely fuck up the Empire infantry pretty effectively. They may have a little bit of trouble with the Tattersouls, Souls, but they'll definitely kill the Great Swords and the Swordsmen really easily. And any boos are going to be tearing apart the network launchers. Yeah, they'll obviously fuck up Cav, but I can't fault Keytars for not acknowledging that because they are stocked. Same thing we saw with Bob last game. Like you need to, against the Skaven, because they have this unit, you always need to count their units. But it also gets fucked up a little bit because gutter runners and death runners and all that make it a little interesting. Or rats with poison coming in to just chase off those skirmish cav. They could be able to do a whole lot. They might get a volley off here or two, but these are just clan rats. So there's not going to be a ton of value. Yeah, it does some good damage. Yeah, death runners are going to try to sneak around, but looks like they're going to be caught here by these freaking militia. Oh, they pop their concealment bombs, but those cav are running right for them. It's very, very unfortunate. On the front side, the Manticore Summon is getting poked down by the gutter runners, and the mortars are starting to chunk in to the Skaven lines. Death runners have still not been... Okay, they've been spotted. They should tear apart these free company very, very quickly. These are the elite of the Ratling elite, as far as killing goes. They'll tear them apart very, very quickly. Or not. That's cool, too. But yeah, now there's more free company militia coming in. Honestly, what we want to do against Death Runners is usually just heavy cav. Empire Knights will run right over Death Runners. But the infantry engagement is beginning in the middle, but the globes are still alive, which is going to spell doom for the Empire, I suspect. The Manticore is being rampaged into the Daddy Boobos. It's trying to target it once, but no, it's just going to rampage and hang in the air because, you know, Skaven things. Well, rampage bugs. Skaven don't seem to have summoned their caster just yet, which is a bit interesting. Yeah, that's a bit interesting, but, you know, they seem to be doing just fine anyway. They're trading up pretty heavily in value, but Skaven always need to. Because once Skaven's missile teams get shut down, they just don't exist anymore, so you really need to trade heavily in value in your favor initially. Got some infantry, some rat ogres, and some globes coming. They could definitely take this objective from these mortars and these great swords pretty easily. Wolfrat's going to try to sneak in the back of the mortars. The Death Lord is just tearing up those free company. Oh, excuse me. It's not even that late. I'm just getting old. Tattersouls are getting torn to tatters by the globes and the night runners, gutter runners, so many runners. But now the flying big boys are coming in, and these guys both have terror and blood roar, which is very, very effective at nuking the leadership of these Skaven. But I fear it might be a bit too little, too late. This is a nice flock of doom coming in. Boris does get on top of the globes, which should shut them down, which is a very, very good play. But I worry that the infantry lines of the Empire are already in too much of a tattered state. Ikit Claw coming in, I suspect he has, Flensing Rune and Howling Warpgale. Both of those will fuck up these two characters. They need to be very, very careful. The Empire is losing this objective in the center, though, as their infantry is getting worn down. And the Skaven do take it, but Empire might take it... Oh, excuse me! Wake up! But with this mass tear out coming in, the Empire might be able to take it pretty quickly, as the Skaven is captured and largely fled, but most of the Empire's infantry are dying off or unbreakable, and the Tattersouls are already dead. Like, that was an unbreakable unit with a ton of models, and they are already gone. Lensing Rune comes down on Boris, doing a lot of damage, and that Amber Wizard is taking a ton of damage from these Natty Boobos and these shooting. Oh, and the Chieftain, that's what's fucking up really, is the Chieftain as well. The Amber Wizard is gone, and there's no healing available for him. Boris has regen, he'll be fine, but the Amber Wizard is probably not going to be long for this world. Death Runners are just still cleaning up. Jeez, I'm sorry, a lot of kills for them. Skaven have not managed to take Objective 1, but they have managed to shut down the mortars. This is looking really, really rough for the Empire. They've just got not a lot left on the field after such a short time. Skaven are up. Jeez, that's, what, 4,500 value? That's a lot of damage. Huntsmen are shooting under the clan rats, and the rat ogres routing them off, so the Empire has secured this one portion of the map for themselves, but it's not a lot. And with this wizard shattered, and Boris, like I said, he should regen. He's still taking a ton of damage, so he just won't be at his full fighting capacity ever again. It'll take a very long time to heal up, as well as Nabus are still locked onto him, so he's going to be in a lot of trouble. And the unbreakable unit goes down for the Empire. See if we can get getting a little bit of refund from those gutter runners, and just getting more and more clan rats on the field, just trying to hold the center objective. Now, I'd really like to see the Empire start summoning some heavy cav. Heavy cav is really good against Skaven. Like, there's just not a lot here, especially here, there's not a lot here to shut them down. Rat Ogre's the one threat, but without Rat Ogres, they can just run over everything. They can run over Death Runners, Clan Rats, Globes, whatever you want. And now Natty Boos are still on Boris. That's really hurting. I wonder if Kitars can even see these guys, because there's that bug where sometimes they just don't show up at all. Like, their projectile trails don't show up, so you might not even know they're here. Which feels really bad for the Empire. Boris has got only 100 value and is almost dead. He's still regenning, but his heal cap is in sight, and he's not looking so hot. Empire Captain is getting beaten down on by Ikit and some Rat Ogres, and his leadership is astonishingly low despite his high health. Okay, the mortars are back online. At least one of them is. Excuse me. More free company coming in. I don't know. Not a huge fan of these free company. I'm a free company hater. I always have been. Like, I don't find this unit terribly useful. They're fine. They're not great. Like I said, I feel like you really need some heavy cav here for the Empire. Because there's what? There's a rat ogre here. There's a rat ogre here. Everywhere else, you can just take heavy cav. Even the clan rat spears, like you can just cycle charge them down pretty easily. Brass orb coming in. That's a really nice brass orb cast from Tomos. It's a lot of damage. Ooh, that's some nice damage. And one of those sets still like that. Looks we got a Flensering on Boris Todbringer, and that should be the end of him. Yeah. Goodbye, Boris. Down goes the Electric Count of Midland. And the Skaven are pushing for the high ground objective, but to be honest, Skaven are so much value at this point. I think that the Empire's in a really rough spot. Sigmar's Sword Sun's coming back on, but there's still globes in the field. I think they're just gonna show up, get globed, and just be running right back for where they came from. Mortars are still aligned. They are targeting the globes, which is exactly what you need to be getting on, but just too many threats for the Empire to shut down, and they just don't have the tools in the field to do it, I fear. Skaven are very like content in this box, you know, this like segment of the map that they control. And so much so that they're even able to push into the enemy's side of the map, and it's just looking really rough for our Imperial boys. Greenskins coming in. Greenskins is a really nice choice here. They will clear out these Claret Spears very quickly. They'll clear globes quickly. Despite globes having armor, like Empire Grenade Launchers just do so much damage, like so much missile damage, that they'll kill armor pretty quickly even. And that's some good damage. And now we just have the fight of grenades versus globes just chunking in this infantry blob, so everybody dies. Everybody dies. It's hostile fire, it's friendly fire, who cares? Everybody gets to die. Yep. Everyone dies. That's some amateur again, doing some very good damage, but yeah. Yeah, that... Skaven are a tricky faction to approach. You gotta have a very like specific type of build to actually approach Skaven, because you really need to shut down globes, and infantry tends to struggle to do that. Because yeah, all the Empire stuff just got shut down very quickly by the globes. Yeah, I would love to see more cav and less of these guys. Like I said, some people really like the Freedom Militia. I know Turn's a big fan of them, but I'm not a fan of these guys. They're... I don't know, I guess they're cheap enough that they almost pay for themselves. Like, they'll do okay, but like... I'd rather have a cav unit that can go and like... assert pressure, rather than just an infantry unit that'll pay for itself and nothing more. Newbie just got a ton of work done. I fear that Kitars couldn't actually see it. I mean, it's entirely possible like it was on his screen and he missed it, but it's possible that he just couldn't see them whatsoever because of the bug. And yeah, globes when they're not shut down do a lot of damage. So Tomos will be advancing to face Llama in our lower bracket semis. So I host a Swiss Flash tournament in 2 hours. Lovely. Apparently I'm going to be asleep the moment this tournament's over, so... Oh, and Subtai's DMing me. Lovely. Plug this later. Subtai was already plugging your tournament. Yeah, Subtai posted a tournament. It's happening, yeah, 4:30 Pacific, so yeah, 2 hours and 6 minutes from now. Blocker back up. And now we get Llama in here. So you guys definitely in favor of the rat banner, which I tend to agree with. Not my favorite rat banner, but I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of the Green Empire. The Empire, I think I like... The black and gold one we had last game was fine. I'm blanking on every other Empire banner at the moment, to be honest. I think... Is Austin the one I like? I want to say Austin, but I can't picture what it looks like. I'm just blanking on the banners. Blanking on every banner. Alright, let's get Llama in here. And while the players get in this lobby and get to pick some bands and stuff, I am going to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. I have returned. So, players are doing picks. We should have the same map pool as our prior semifinal, so Bordleo Landing, Needle Mist Isle, Proving Grounds. And I believe we have 3 gold bands per player, so each player gets to pick 3 factions they don't want to see at all in the series, and just remove them. And then we do pick 3, ban 1. So the person on top of the bracket, in this case, I think it's Llama? Yeah, Llama will get to pick 3 factions he'd like to play, ban out one of his opponents, and then his opponent picks the faction they're going to play, and bans out one of his opponent of Llama's 3, and then Llama picks from the 2 remaining. Oh my fucking... So, Subotai hosting a Swiss tournament tonight. Look at the fucking thumbnail. This fucker think he's funny? God damn it. God damn it. Jeez, indeed. Looks like Tomos is going Empire. And Llama is going... Dark Elves. Okay. Well, I actually have a lot of experience in this matchup. I played a lot of Dark Elves. And all that many tournaments of experience in this matchup can tell you that it fucking sucks for Dark Elves. This matchup is pretty Empire favored just because War Wagons exist. War Wagons outtrade Scourge Runners fairly heavily, on top of the fact that you can heal them with a Life Wizard with Earthbloods or Regrowth. So you kind of just destroy your opponent's Scourge Runners, which means the Dark Elves have a very hard time contesting them. You can try to use Bolt Throwers as well to contest War Wagons, just put some pressure on them, but the Sunmaker just tends to one-shot Bolt Throwers. So as Dark Elves, you're kind of like, well, I can either bring, you know, Scourge Runners and mobility and kind of stuff to try and win and, you know, get shot by War Wagons, or I can try to just do an infantry push and get shot by the Sunmaker. So it's like, It feels like your entire roster is countered by like those two things working in tandem. So I'm curious to see what Llama comes up with to try and shut that down, because I have had no luck. Also being pinged. Oh. Purple Footmasters? It's not a terrible idea. But you know what time it is. Again, feel free to not answer this poll until they've made their final selection. Or you can answer it prematurely and just say fuck that person in particular, if that's your thing too. But we must vote. Eventually. When the time is right. Capture points without getting Sunmaker. That's not unreasonable. Alright, Thomas has selected his banner. And that's Nordland, I think. I don't know the Empire provinces, so. Alright, Paul has gone for the default banner. Shame. Truly a shameful display. It's an unfair comparison. This is an unfair world, my friend. So, yep, Sunmaker plus War Wagons plus Gober. You have Franz with Galmaraz and Stand Your Ground, a Life Wizard to heal him up with Earthblood and Dwellers of Balance, and a single only Spearman that'll probably exist. For the Dark Elves, we have an infantry line backed up by Dark Shards, along with a singular Bolt Thrower, a Sorceress of Beasts with Manticore Summon, a basic Manticore, and Malice Darkblade. So what I want to see what these Dark Elves do is immediately go in the fucking trees so the Sunmaker can't see you. Because the Sunmaker can devastate this entire line. Like, all this infantry can die to the Sunmaker. It's pretty brutal. Now, the thing I will say is that Dark Elf infantry does just dominate Empire infantry very, very easily. And it is pretty resilient to War Wagon shooting, because they do have Silver Shields, which do block War Wagon shots. Look, I don't hate this approach, but you need some kind of method to deal with the Sunmaker. I suspect that's where the double Manticores come in. Problem is, if you try to fly up with the Manticores, just, you know, scoot your way over, then you're shot by the War Wagons and rampaged. So you need to be very, very careful with your Manticores. Got a bit of lag coming in. Oh, these are unshielded Dark Shards. Oh. Well, there's the target for the War Wagons, because they are outranged pretty heavily by the War Wagons by about... Oh, no, it's only 5 or more range. Okay. So they can out-trade a little bit, if they get lucky. They're still a good target for the War Wagons. Silver Bullets coming in. Lovely. And then typically what you see with the rest of an Empire like this is just like grenade launchers and heavy cav to clean things up, and a couple of infantry units to hold space, but mostly your infantry tends to underperform as the Empire, so you go for lots of mobility tools, which are reasonably strong. Empire Knight's actually in a really, really good spot right now. Yep, War Wagons just gonna push up and start taking shots in the Bolt Thrower, trying to shut it down. Bolt Thrower trying to shoot the Life Caster, which is a small target. Very small target. What's he popping? Power Stone. And you need to move your infantry line up to like here to make sure that the War Wagons can't do exactly what they're about to do and just shoot the Bolt Thrower. This Bolt Thrower is a sacrifice to Sigmar. Well, it did some damage in return at least. Franz is trying to pick a fight with the Manticore. Nice juke from Llama to drop the Manticore to the ground. If Franz follows, then Malice can get on him and they can 2v1 him, but nope, Tomos isn't going to fall for it. He knows these Dark Elven tricks. It's a nice solo. Oh, that's really brutal. He's focusing on the microing the Manticore and Malice, and he doesn't notice his units are overlapping and dying to a Dwellers. That really hurts. It's a Dark Shard and a Bleak Sword down immediately, and the next Bleak Sword walks into it. That's devastating. That spell is gross. That spell is so gross. Yeah, now the Sunmaker's just raining death from across the map. And Earthblood going down the War Wagons. Dark Elves accrued some value just by shooting at the War Wagons. Problem is it's going to get healed up by Earthbloods, and it's not really going to matter. The other thing is these War Wagons have a ton of capture weight. When they're all blobbed up like this, they can actually just run around and cap the objectives for you. More and more Sunmaker fire coming in, devastating the Dark Elf lines. We do have some Dark Riders and Spears sneaking around the right side, which I kind of like. You need to threaten the backfield since there's not a lot back here to protect it. All that's going to happen is just some, you know, Empire Knights being summoned in. There's not an infantry line. So the enemy backline is actually pretty exposed. Problem is these War Wagons screen so effectively. And look at this volley of fire coming in. Look at this creation of death. Look at these poor innocent Dark Elves that don't know what's in store for them. These poor innocent Dark Elves. You're shredded from across the map by the Sunmaker. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. And yeah, there's the Empire Knights coming in. Oh, those are Knights of the losing side even. They'll absolutely dominate Dark Riders in melee. So this play towards the sign objective suddenly just can't happen because those Knights of the Blazing Side are there. Not without some kind of answer to them. Some Cold One Knights, something. Or Cold Knights summoned on the field, but the problem is, guess what kills Cold One Knights? You might guess the answer is War Wagons, and you'd be correct. But also the Sunmaker. The Sunmaker is actually very, very well against cavalry as well. And just look at all of these Dark Elf infantry just in complete tatters thanks to those two unit types. Necroriders coming in to try and get on top of the War Wagons. It's a good play, but the thing is... Nope, what's that? Yeah, that was full health, wasn't it? No, it was some damage, but... Is he anything in melee? They have very low weapon strength, not a lot of AP. You know, it's an armored moving target. That's going to take next to no damage from the melee. And then you've got the silver bullets as well, screening out the manticores, so they can't even get on them. Now, the upside of the Dark Elves is they are capturing the objective. As manticores coming in, this caster is being gooned. If you can get both manticores and Malice over here on Franz, you could try to kill him off, but I don't even know if that's a win condition for you. More Dark Riders hanging in the trees on the other side. You'd like to see them probably try to get active somewhere. Like, you're already engaged here and here, so you'd like to just engage all at once if you're going to engage. Franz is... Nope, he's not being focused by the manticores. Okay. You know, you do you. Empire's up a fairly good amount of value. They're about 700. It's not a ton, but it's not bad. Grenade launchers are just shooting into these spears, and Dark Elves are not known for their resilience. They'll be dying off very, very quickly. And honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing the War Wagons just come back on this objective and start just applying their capture weight, throwing their weight around, trying to take this objective. Manticore is Rampage. Is that the summon one? That's the real one. The summon one is over here fighting Franz, so he's Rampage. Fortunately, he is Rampage into the Life Caster, which is probably what you want to be fighting anyway. But I don't know if it's going to be enough, because if he keeps getting staggered by those shots, he won't be able to make any attacks. And the silver bullets are crossfiring him, and that Manticore is having a bad day at work. Like, this boy is having just a bad day. That really hurts. Where's Malice? Malice has been played pretty safely this entire game. You kind of want to see him get aggressive. The thing with Malice is he's so tanky, you're kind of okay if your opponent's shooting him. Like, you'd rather have them shoot Malice with his 15% missile resist and a ton of healing than just devastate your lines like this and kill your Manticores. So you can kind of use Malice as a screen, which I won't mind seeing. Next, the Blazing Sun are getting engaged on by infantry as well as the bolt that were poking at them, which did get reset. No, just remounted the missile piece. Bad. Just piece right off that side objective. Grenade launchers are just killing off any infantry units they can find in the open field. Another Manticore summon coming in somewhere. Oh, it's right here. This is the summon. But it's going to get focused down by the War Wagons and the Silver Bullets very, very quickly, and it's not going to be long for this world. Sunmaker is just still going, still devastating infantry units. It's almost out of ammo, but it is still full health. So once that Sunmaker runs out of ammo, then Tomos can just desummon it and get a large refund. But no, Dark Riders do finally get on top of it, which means if nothing else, you're denying that refund, so it's still worthwhile to just throw a Dark Rider at this. But yeah, Dark Elves are actually still staying pretty neck and neck in the value front, as well as holding 2 objectives. So they're not out of this yet. They're still doing actually pretty well. I'd love to see them come and try to snag this objective. The Empire has a lot of mobility tools here. They're forced to come back and peel for, which means they're dedicating a lot of resources to this kind of an area, their spawn zone. So I wouldn't mind seeing the Dark Elves, you know, shove this Dread Spear on, then recharge the Dark Riders, just try to break that spear as fast as you can and take that objective to put yourself in a point lead. Because basically, you're fighting into your opponent's spawn and you really want to get something out of it. You're maintaining the value gap, which you're behind in, but like you're maintaining that stance. So you would be able to be gaining something else, which in this case I think should be objective number 3. Just get a massive objective lead, although yeah, those Knights of the Blazing Sun are a real problem. The only thing you have that can beat them is Cold One Knights or your AP missiles, which are hard to get on top of them. Though they are getting some good shots in. Without a lot of models in the Dark Side units, it'll take quite a long time to actually chew through that entire unit of cavalry. Malice do some good work, but he's not going to stop them in their tracks, and in the open field, these infantry units are in a lot of trouble against those Knights of the Blazing Sun. Franz has taken some big hits. So that Dark Rider, I think that Dark Rider has become a tactical reserve. It's just kind of chilling over there. A little bit of lapse in micro. Cold Knights should be able to finish out these Knights of the Blazing Sun. They are anti-large, armor-piercing cavalry units. They're very, very good, especially with Mer's Prowess popped. They should be tearing right through these Knights of the Blazing Sun. Excellent, excellent. This is what we like to see. There we go. Smash the foolish men. But now we have Zintler's Works are coming in, and they should be able to finish off that Cold One Knight and just, again, just lance down all of this infantry in the open field. Just doing beautiful, beautiful damage. Knock aside these very squishy Dark Elves. And Dark Elves really have a problem dealing with armored cav. Like, their infantry is so squishy that even the spears get lanced down by armored cav very, very effectively. The only thing you have that can really stand up to it in melee is Cold One Knights, and those are not super plentiful. Grenade launchers are back just in time to just try and snipe this objective from these spears. Doing some good damage, but Cold Knights should be able to chase them off, and more spears coming in means Dark Elves should be able to retake this objective, but not before the War Wagon Blob has moved on to the center and begun taking up objective number 3. Dark Elves have actually caught up in the damage value. They still have to stop this War Wagon Blob, and a lot of the Dark Elf infantry is fading away. So despite the damage value being pretty even, it looks very Empire favored. If you just look at the battlefield, most of the Dark Elf's forces are routing off or in tatters, and this just feels really rough. Despite, again, the value is like dead even. Actually, Dark Elves even overtook, but just feels so Empire favored at this point, looking at the battlefield. And like I said, once the late game begins, like right now where almost the infantry's tattered, it's just kind of mobility tools running around, and infantry desperately trying to hold objectives. Armored Cav is a very, very big problem for Dark Elves, and actually that's a good answer. Late game Scourge or something, I don't mind this. And so there are still War Wagons in the field, so you need to keep them away from the War Wagons. The War Wagons just kind of have to accept. Just walk around them, go take the objectives back when they leave. They really want to stay as a ball to keep themselves safe, so you just want to walk to the other objective, take it, get some poke on these Hitler's Reichsguard, do what you can, maybe run over some handgunners. But I'd really love to see the Dark Elves just avoid these guys and just take objective 2 back and hold whatever objectives that the War Wagons aren't on. Yeah. Some Dark Shards are still firing in, but with Franz coming in, you should be able to tear them off very, very quickly. Dark Riders have finally been remembered, but the thing with War Wagons is, the thing I'm always complaining about is the fact that even when anti-large AP Cav is on top of them, they are not taking damage. They are not taking damage. Okay, one of them is. I couldn't find which one. Okay, now they're stopped, they are. The thing is, if they keep moving, they won't take damage. Like, they just run away. If they actually stop in place, they'll take damage, and that's actually really, really big for the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves can remove these War Wagons. It's a really, really bad spot for the Empire to be in. Because suddenly your mobile dominance is just gone. Your just mobile power piece and your mobile capturing core is gone. Dark Elves are recapturing objective number 2. Should be moving a Scourge versus cap objective number 1. And that'll be the 3 cap coming in very quickly, although they are losing objective number 2. If Dark Elves can just keep juggling these objectives effectively, they might be able to actually hold on to this. But Tomos is still banking a lot of resources. A lot of resources. I'm curious if there's going to be something. I suspect we'll be seeing some more like Knights of Livingston coming in for the Empire. Maybe even just some more speeders to come take objectives. But now the War Wagons. Oh no, Malice. No, he routes without transforming. That's really, really bad. He needs to transform. You're late enough in the game that you can transform without fear, especially with that low HP. You really got... Okay, he should rally. His leadership is coming back up. He's regenning. He's not regenning. Why is he not regenning? Oh, because he doesn't regen when broken. Interesting. But the War Wagons are almost out of ammo as well, so Dark Elves should be able to retake these objectives, all while holding objective 3 and just stalling out time. And this objective being in the hands of the Dark Elves forces Empire Infantry to come this way to take it, which means it's going to buy more time for the Dark Elves to retake the rest of the map, which they have done, and they're up in objective tickets for the time being. The War Wagons are just tearing apart your Cold War Knights, and you really, really need your Cold War Knights, but you also need some Bleak Swords back in the field to come and dominate these halberds. Lifecaster is getting poked down. Okay, Malice has rallied. He really needs to transform. I don't know why he's not transforming. Come on! Why is he not healing now? Oh, he only heals in melee? How did I never know this? I have like over 50 wins on Total Tavern with Dark Elves, and I never knew that Malice only healed in melee. I thought he just had passive healing. Interesting. Problem is now, it's going to be very, very hard for the Dark Elves to recapture Objective 3, because they have to just go so far into the enemy's zone of control to actually, like, get there. So they have to contest Objective number 2, and they just don't have as many units as their opponent does. That said, the what are these called? War Wagons are running out of ammo, almost, which is very, very good. And they're charging into melee, which is actually a pretty big mistake. You want to just desummon them immediately, because they're pretty useless in melee. So those are getting side charged by Cold Knights, an excellent engagement with the Dark Elves. Just getting the charge on your opponent without them getting their own charge should tear apart some of these, it's Blazing Sun. But where the hell is Malice? Or rather, where the hell is Zarkand? Come on, transform. Turn the terror you were meant to be. Go fight some halberds. You'll be fine. Come on. War Wagons are wavering, but they've almost used other ammo anyway, so it hardly matters. Got a lot of Dark Riders in the field which cannot contest with these Knights of Blazing Sun and Zintler's Reichsguard. You need to have more Cold War Knights on the field for Dark Elves, but you also need infantry on the field to come take out the Empire Infantry. So you're like, well, what do I summon? If I summon infantry, it's going to run down my Cav. If I summon Cav, then I can't contest the objective against all these halberds. It's a really, really rough spot to be if you are a Dark Elf. Check the final Manticore summon coming in, and I'm not really sure what its target is. Probably the Life Cast, so they're probably out of Womp, so maybe not. Maybe just go for Franz. Maybe you bring Zarkand over here and try to win this Cav fight. If you can get Zarkand over here, pops abilities, maybe he kills these Cav, especially with the Cold War Knights coming behind the Manticore. Maybe you can kill these Cav, that'd be a pretty big win. There we go, there's Transformation. There we go, here's Zarkand. Now he's got, some his abilities actually drain down all these Cav, make it on Franz. Problem is Dark Elves. Okay, we have Corsairs coming in. They're going to be able to kill these halberds. I'm very unbiased, you haven't gathered. I definitely don't want Dark Elves to win very badly, because I'm so sick of Empire. I like Dark Elves. Anyway, Corsairs can be a really big problem. They can mulch the most of this Empire infantry. They need to be careful of the grenades, though. But yeah, with Zarkan here, Zarkan dropped his attack order when he transformed. I don't think Llama's noticed yet. So when he transforms, he just loses his orders, which I think is intentional. But still, it feels bad. Now, okay, Zarkan's moving. And yeah, if Dark Elves can actually retake this center objective, but the problem is the grenade launchers are sitting there and firing. And killing your Corsairs. No, you need those Corsairs alive, my friend. Franz is stuck fighting Manticore, which is, you know, it's fine. Actually, there's 2 Manticores, 1 on each caster. Oh, wait. Are these both summoned Manticores? I'm sorry, what? How are there 2 summoned Manticores? Oh, okay, 1 has been around for a while, and 1's fresh. Okay, I see. Yeah, Zarkan's coming in. He's going to be doing some good damage in the back of these cav, but Dark Elves just don't have the capture weight to actually take this objective. I don't know if they can retake, and Dark Shards, while they do hit very, very hard, and they are a very nice missile piece, I don't think there's any way you're going to actually keep them safe as the Dark Elves here. The Empire can just walk, you know, any of their cav. I guess their cav is all tied up for the time being, but cav can kill them very, very quickly if they're not careful. Cold Knights coming in, getting a nice charge into these Knights of Blazing Sun, though they are low HP, so they should be in a lot of trouble. Zarkan's popping Reaper of Souls, doing a lot of draining, getting rid of Zentler's Reichsguard, and these Knights of the Blazing Sun. It's a lot of value, but is it going to be fast enough? Dark Shards get a nice volley as well. Cav is gone, but there's still so much infantry you have to grind through. You just don't have the tools to grind through infantry until these Bleak Swords get here, but that's going to be quite a while. And the Dark Elves do need to recapture an objective. The Empire doesn't have to recap, they just need to hold this objective, and they will win. More Cold Knights coming in, which is excellent. You really Cold Knights to deal with all this cav and keep them contained while your your Bleak Swords come and do the work. Zarkan does not need to be fighting Franz right now. Franz isn't going to die in a timely fashion. Just get on here, tear out these spearmen or whatever. Oh wait, Zarkan doesn't have terror. Why doesn't Zarkan have terror? Just get on here, pressure these grenade launchers. You cannot let the grenade launchers fire. It's your biggest threat. You don't need to kill Franz. It'll take you a while. He's just going to take off anyway. Like, just make sure the grenade launchers can't shoot. Keep your infantry safe. You've just got to protect your infantry from all these mean Imperial men. That's all you've got to do. But this is a pretty good position for the Empire to be in. 3 war wagons just shooting uncontested. Grenade launchers just chunking up power at any of the infantry. Your own infantry is holding quite well because they do have very impressive melee defense stats, even if they are offensively quite weak. And now, just how do the Dark Elves remove these spears and the war wagons all at once, and the grenade launchers? Like, having these grenade launchers sat here behind your infantry on the point is a very, very good position to be in. Normally, you know, you take a cav like an outright grenade launcher, just something you'd be moving around all the time. But honestly, it's perfectly fine to just sit behind your line and shoot like a regular missile unit. It's the nice thing about those kind of units, like grenade launchers and Valkyrie repeaters. You can just, they're an old missile piece. Just sit them behind your lines, let them fire. They do good damage. The Empire is, oh, they rallied for a back cap. That could be really devastating. But honestly, so many large things here, but they're also saturated with spears and halberds, so it's really rough for the Dark Elves to actually try to recontest. Zentler's Reichsguard did go pretty deep trying to get these Dark Shards, but they should be just fine. They should be able to beat them the last couple of models and beat their leadership, but now they're just, the Dark Elf Mobility Corps is just getting last hammered by all these stupid freaking war wagons, dude. They're just taking so much damage on the approach. Is they need to just chase these war wagons off and then immediately bounce over here and kill these 2 units. If they can kill these 2 units, they can recap. So they can just charge at the war wagon and zone them out, but they have to take it quick. The problem is these guys have very... Oh, they have murders... No, they have Primal Instincts popped, so their melee attack's actually decent. Normally they really suck against infantry because they rely on their bonus for large shield damage, but they just lost so many of their units on the approach to these freaking war wagons. They're just dying and dying so fast. Instead, the Empire infantry is routing. Dark Elves can just shove some more cav on this point. Maybe they can take it in time. They need to pressure those war wagons and force them off the objective because they have so much capture weight of their own. I don't think it's going to happen, especially with the Empire backup coming in. I think the Empire's got this one. I think they've got it. Yeah, the Dark Elf infantry is just in tatters, and their cav corps just got shot to pieces by these 4 resummoned war wagons. Oh, please. Please nerf war wagons. Please. They're so obnoxious. Malice is doing good work against Franz, but at this point it's too late. Franz doesn't matter. He doesn't have capture weight. Yeah, he has terror, but your stuff's already routed anyway. It doesn't matter. And the Empire backup is coming in. Dark Riders should be able to hold that for the time being. The war wagon's heading over. Actually, the war wagon's leaving is a pretty big mistake, I think. The war wagons need to just sit here and apply their capture weight while shooting. So if the Dark Elves can recap this objective, then they can probably transition over here pretty easily and just sack this objective because you just want to move away from your opponent's mobility tools. Dark Elves can recapture this objective in a timely fashion. Actually, that's a huge mistake moving the war wagons. You might take objective 1, but you'd rather just have held objective 2. Now the Dark Elves need to immediately take up 3. They need to take 3 and they need to do it right now. Just move everything over to 3. Take this infantry. Don't fight for objective 1. There's too much here for the Empire. They moved all their stuff to the wrong side of the map. Take objective 3. You can win right now. Come on, Llama. Alright, it's perfectly reasonable to try to defend your safe objective, but this is just so free. In a tense situation like this, it's perfectly understandable to go for that. Yeah, halberds are a problem, but Dark Elves, they're 5 points short of forcing their opponent to 3 cap. That was so close. If they'd been able to hold that objective just a moment longer, they would have forced Empire to 3 cap. But as it is, the Dark Elves need to retake another objective, and they've only got infantry to do it, and jeez, this Silver Bolt just chunked Malice really hard. But yeah, I don't think you can remove these War Wagons in a timely fashion. There are just too many here, and they have a ton of capture weight. The 4 War Wagons together have the same capture weight as 3, they can outcap 3 infantry units. They have 16 capture weight total, compared to an infantry of 5. So it's going to take a lot to actually outcap this objective, even if they just sit there and tank, because they are quite tanky. So I think the Empire's just barely going to squeak this one out. Yeah, I just don't see a way to remove all this capture weight in time with Knights of the Blazing Sun coming back in. But no, those are Demigryph Knights. Oh yeah, you're not taking this objective anytime soon, Dark Elves. These are Demigryph Halberds. They're going to tear apart your Cold One Knights, your Dark Riders, anything you can get over here quickly enough to actually matter. They're just going to tear to pieces. Yep. And I'll get in there, but Zarkin is just about out of HP. He's going to burn down, especially fighting the Demigryph Halberds. Actually, he is stealing HP with Reaper of Souls, but hold on for a second. But Empire is slowly overtaking with objective tickets, and it's going to be a very close one. But Empire overtakes at 89, 1489. Empire overtakes. If the Dark Elves had held one of these objectives for just a few seconds longer, that would have been an entirely different game. But as it was, that was incredibly close. A very bad matchup, so that was very impressive from our Dark Elf player. Yeah, I think just that one decision in the late game, just going for objective number 1 instead of 3, cost him the game. I think, and like that's a hard decision to make. Like in the late game scenario, you don't have time to think. You just go with, like, you just, whatever comes to mind first, as, like, see, you don't have time to, like, weigh the pros and cons. You just go. And if your knee-jerk instinct is wrong, well, then you learn for next time. Jeez, the grenade launcher's got so much value. Yeah, you really, I don't know. It's really hard to keep Dark Elf infantry alive against the Empire. There's so many tools to shut it down. Like, you almost never actually get into an infantry engagement. Like, even if Dark Elves win the infantry engagement very hard, but Empire in some ways is just not allowing it to happen. Cold Knights did pretty well, Scourge Riders did pretty well. Yeah, of course Corsairs got shut down pretty hard. The Dark Rider play was excellent. Like he was actually doing, Llama was actually doing very well against the much superior cavalry of his opponent with just Dark Riders. That was still pretty impressive. But that will be Tomos taking our first game. Now this is a best of 3, so Llama's not out of this yet. How's Ember Spear versus Wargate? So I actually used that quite a bit. It does a decent chunk of damage. The problem is you can't guarantee it'll hit the same model each time, so you spread out your damage and can't actually confirm a kill on an individual model. It takes 2 or 3 overcast to kill a model. I can't remember off the top of my head. But the mass infantry spam worked out way better than I thought on this map. Yeah. Thing is, against the Empire build really had to just give up space to trade for value because they didn't have any infantry, so they couldn't hold space. I mean, if they did have infantry, they wouldn't be able to hold space because Empire infantry is bad compared to Dark Elf infantry. But Llama did a very good job of pushing forward and using that infantry advance to take space and get a 3 cap for a while, and actually put him in a good spot as far as objective tickets, despite being down in value pretty heavily. Well, no, actually, it wasn't actually that heavily. He was scrapping really well with his cavalry. Like I said, it was a pretty good performance from Llama. I realize now we've had the wrong nameplate this entire time. We didn't change this to Llama. Now we have a Llama. You haven't played Ogres yet? Yeah, we had Ogres Greenskins for our first game of the day. I think it was our first game, yeah. Looks like we got Llama's Greenskins. And Thomas hasn't picked just yet. Skaven. Alright. Hey, current year. How's it going? So we're back at Needlemist Isle, so I'm wondering if Thomas is going to have a similar problem that Llama had earlier with sightline issues. So we saw Llama play Empire earlier against, it was lizards. It was Bob that built his lizards, and he had a lot of problems with sight lines for his artillery. I wonder if Skaven could likely face a similar issue here, as well as the forest allowing the Greenskins to approach from relative safety. The other thing I really like about this map for Greenskins is that the edges are pretty far away from where the battle happens. The battle tends to happen towards the center of the map, which means that the Greenskins aren't going to be punished too heavily for their low leadership. Because typically what happens with the Greenskins is they go fight and they rout, and then they come back and keep fighting. And if you're right near the edge of the map, they'll actually rout off the map and be gone permanently. So having that little buffer between you and the edge of the map is always very beneficial for Greenskins, especially if you're bringing things like trolls that have regeneration. Bell and I have Plague Claws behind the tree line. We can shoot 2 points. I don't actually know how that angle, if that angle is usable. I haven't tested if Plague Claws can actually shoot over that tree line effectively. My initial instinct would be that they can, but I haven't tried. So it's in the forest and be hard to get at. Yeah, the left sight lines isn't that great though. It's annoying raining. It sucks. If it goes to the trees and the enemy advance, they'll start shooting into them. Yeah, that's what I suspected. Yeah, they have to just sit behind the trees pretty far and be out of range. Some Agent Orange. Wicked, what are you talking about? Skip players are ready. Nice. Let's get that blocker out of there. So, we got a whole mess of Skaven bodies. We got some Jezzails. We got only a couple of Plague Claw catapults. Looks like just the one, or am I? Nope, there's two. Yeah, there's two here. We also got some globes, some rat ogres, and the chieftain and the chieftain shit. Not a terribly unusual Skaven build. And for Greenskins, we got trolls. I haven't seen stone trolls in a while. Probably not bad here, you know, missile resist, regen, as well as the fact that Skaven have always struggled to deal with monstrous infantry. They definitely do pretty well. They hit really hard, they can punch through things and just run right through the enemy front line to get on top of the globes, which is very, very good. Line Orc Boys, backed up by a line of Goblin Archers. Llama really seems to like his Greenskin arrows. He brought a bunch of those against the Ogres earlier today. More trolls, and this time Wurzag. This is the change I wanted to see for Llama's Greenskin builds. Wurzag with staff, applying charge bonus and melee attack to your entire army every time you cast a cheap spell, which in this case you have very cheap spells. It's really, really effective. It makes all of your infantry hit a lot harder, a lot faster. So I very much like seeing Warzag in Greenskin builds. Especially in a matchup like this where he's pretty safe. There's not like it's not like there's a gooning character that's going to come and try to kill him. It's not like you can bring anything like Azag anyway, because he'll get shot and Warp Guild and all that. So Warzag's definitely a very, very strong pick here. So, as I was saying last time we were on this map, it's very nice for the melee side, because you can just line up in these trees, and then push out to all positions at once. So you can get a nice engagement and surround pretty quickly. You just have a really nice staging ground of the trees in this, yeah. You just have a really nice staging ground here before you're ready to go in. And it has perfect, it gives you cover as well as being invisible against your opponent's shooting. And then you can just send something, you know, like a Night Goblin or a regular Goblin over here to cap this objective while you wait. So, definitely a solid map for rush factions. So you can sometimes see the line in the middle. Sometimes it flickers into existence. Sometimes it was there. Yeah, the water in the middle is a little bit fucky, but for the most part, it's a good map. I like it. So we got the Hammer of Gork coming back in. Again, the blinded effect is very, very effective. It's a nice supporting tool. Basically, it'll lower the Clan Rat's melee defense to nothing. This game's melee defense to nothing, which means your Orc Boys will crush through the front line so much faster. We got Death Runners coming in. Okay, Ratters and Death Runners. Not a bad little contingent to come try and contest this objective. They'll beat an Orc Boy or a Savage Orc pretty quickly, I suspect. So it's not a bad choice to go and try and contest objective 1 if that is your goal, which I suspect that is, given the positioning of it. Like a Cabot line here. I'd also like to see these guys moved up a little bit, like here and here. Just have a bit better range into the center. But also, you want to split them up a little bit. That way, if something does get on top of them, it only gets on top of one at a time. Having them right next to each other is usually a little bit risky. And yeah, like I said, Greenskins are just going to stage in the trees. And when they decide they're ready to come out and fight, they're just going to pop out of the trees, go wah, and just charge at them. In the meantime, they're not taking any shots from political catapults, not getting poked by Jezzails, they're not suffering any sort of mistreatment at the hands of the Skaven. Greenskins are managing objective 1 right now, but Skaven look like they're ready to contest that. They've got Clan Rats, they've got Rat Ogres, and they're just sitting in the trees, just eyeing that objective, just waiting for those Greenskins to stop paying attention, and they're going to pop out and take it. We got Jezzail's coming up. Jezzail's probably going to try and knife that artillery piece because it's undefended. Objectives are going to Skaven across the board so far. 1, 2, and 3 are in the hands of Skaven, and Skaven are going to try to push out and take objective 1. This is fine for Greenskins, because the thing is, you probably just want to push with as many units on the field as possible. You know, the classic build-up strategy where you just summon in a lot of infantry units, or mounted infantry or cav, whatever, and then you just push. That way, you know, if the globes kill 1 or 2 on the approach, that's fine, you can still have more. And here come the Swiggers. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen these guys yet today. They're a staple of Greenskin armies these days. They're anti-infantry, they're AP, they have good leadership because of this ability. They're just, and I mean, they're only like, what, like 350, 400, something like that. They're insanely cheap and very, very good at just chewing through infantry, which is something that needs to be done very quickly and en masse against Skaven. Jezzails are shooting into the Hammer of Gork. I like this. He just dismounts the crew and runs into the trees. He can come back. This catapult is where he wants it. He's just going to come back and remount it once he's shut down the Jezzail. So I kind of like that move right there, because you're also not going to get away very quickly. Hey, Rusty. Yeah, 350. But now the Greenskins are starting to advance. The political catapults are firing in. You need to be careful not to bunch up your units like this, because those political catapults will do some good damage against all of these layered Orc Boys and Goblins. Come on, lay it on me. Lay it on me with those beautiful political catapult shots. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Those were misses, but you get the idea. You know, Skaven aren't known for their refined mechanical skill or anything, you know. More Savage Orcs popping out. They should be able to dominate those Clan Rat Spears on the other side. Greenskins are recontesting this side objective. Rat Ogres are taking a beating from those Savage Orcs, which is very good, but nothing really here to deal with the Death Runners, as they'll just march through all the artillery, all the infantry. And now they are remounting the Hammer of Gork to provide some support. And I'm kind of curious why these monster infantry aren't going in yet. You kind of need those in your front line. You really want them to be fighting on top of your front line, so that they can just kind of push through the Skaven slaves and get on top of the globes. That's not a globe that I pointed to, but yeah, these are globes. These are globes, and they need to die. If your Greenskins want to have fun, they need to die. So I'm really concerned about why he left those behind. You really need those on top. Instead, the Orc Boys will absolutely dominate Skaven slaves in melee, as will most other things. So they should be able to go down these globes pretty quickly. Is there anything coming in to peel? Yes, there are. More globes and Rat Ogres coming to try and peel off the front line. Look like catapults are firing into the archers, which is going to be doing some good damage over time. Just chunking away at them. Globes are raining death across the board. We have Night Goblins coming in as well, and on this side, yeah, those Death Runners are a real problem. Warzag's coming in, probably going to try to drop some spells, Spider Riders, but honestly, for Greenskins, I feel like you probably just want to focus your attention on like this clump right here. Focus on that fight, and then you can come over here and clean up over here at your leisure. Fighting on all fronts just makes you a little bit spread out, and your units have better leadership if they're bunched up together. They get a supportive leadership buff, I can't remember what it's called. It's just allies nearby. So, and when you're playing Greenskins, you need all the leadership you can get. Now the Monster Infantry tide has come, and these squigs will tear apart Clan Rats and Skaven slaves very, very effectively. Though you would have really preferred to see them paired with infantry, they will still do just fine on their own. And yeah, the squigs just running over all the globes, knocking them over. And they are actually fairly resilient to globe fire themselves because they aren't very high model count. And they aren't very bunched up. Greenskins actually have a pretty sizable value lead over the Skaven, which is always a good thing to see when you're playing in Skaven. So if Skaven can't go up in value before their weapon teams die, they won't be going up in value at all. So, Greenskins managed to capture the center objective from that fight. Looks like we got a Flensing Ruin coming down. Yep. This guy do some decent damage. Flensing Ruin is much better at sniping characters than it does already against these guys, but it's real special at sniping characters. You'd love to see that coming down on Wurzag. But I think it gets on foot, so... Oh no, he's on his Doomflare, so he could take that. This side, Greenskins will be taking objective number 3 for the time being, though Skaven should be able to retake that eventually. We just got another wall of Clan Rats and Skaven slaves coming in. Greenskins are taking objective number 1 as well. The 3 cap will be coming in momentarily. And honestly, things are looking pretty rough for the Rats. Plague Claw catapults are still doing good damage to the archers, but these squigs and these trolls are looking really hard to get rid of. I would like to see... Oh, perfect. The jails are getting just jumped on by a squig herd. You tear them apart very, very quickly, and with their AP and anti-infantry values, they'll tear apart even the armored weapon teams very quickly. And yeah, Skaven are trying to just scrap back for value, but without their weapon teams online, they're just getting shut down by the sheer width of the Greenskin army. They're actually having a hard time getting value. Yeah, looks like Greenskins have solidly taken control of objective number 1. Objective number 3 is under control for the moment, a little bit tenuous, and then actually in the middle, the Greenskin forces are starting to peter out, it looks like. Skaven are grinding, just dragging them down with the force of their globes, but with this reinforcement of Boar Boys and Stone Trolls coming back in, yeah. And this is like I was talking about before the game. They fought here, they routed, but because of their dead center of the map, they were able to rally, and look at all these troops that are coming back because they had that chance. If you were on something like Death Pass, where you have to fight right near the edge, these Greenskins would be gone. Like these 4 units would just be dead. But now they're alive, and they're ready to come right back into the fight, although we do have a bit of lag coming in. But we should be fine. So Boar Boys are sick of those Plague Claw catapults, which is understandable. They've been doing quite a number on your archers. You want to get them off the field. Skaven have retaken objective 3, which is fine if you're the Greenskin player. You don't need a 3 cap to win just yet, so you're perfectly fine letting them have that while you just go for the kill. We do have a bunch of Clan Rats as well as some Night Runners coming in. The thing is, there's not a lot here with a whole lot of killing power, especially to deal with these trolls. Kind of relying on Rat Ogres and Spears at this point, which is, again, it's fine, but it's not ideal. You'd really like to have some kind of shooting, some Jezzails, some Rattling Guns, something to actually try and shut down these trolls. Because these trolls are just going to crump whatever they feel like. These are Skaven Slave Spears, they're not going to stop a troll. Night Runners will do some good poke, but they do have missile resist and they do have regen as well as reasonable armor. So these trolls are just going to crump whatever they feel like crumping. Squigs are still going on rampage, and Greenskins are still holding the center objective pretty thoroughly, though their infantry is depleting pretty heavily. Only got a couple of units of infantry hanging on, so we'd like to have some more Orc Boys something come in to try and supplement these trolls. Swamp Things coming in, I actually really like that summon. Swamp Things are the cheapest terror Greenskins have, as well as we discussed earlier, trolls are just good against Skaven. So having a terror-causing troll is pretty good. Skaven, I've never been fond of terror, so it's definitely nice to have that source on the field. These Death Runners are still going. Oh, those are Plague Monks. Oh, those are Plague Monks. I thought they were Death Runners. I forgot Plague Monks existed. On this side, we got Pump Wagons. Well, that's a really unfortunate spot for Pump Wagons to be. They're surrounded by Wolf Rats and Rat Ogres, so they are just getting absolutely destroyed. Where even are their models? Oh, I see them. Yeah, that's a bad spot for Pump Wagons to be. They're in a lot of trouble, unfortunately. Nothing you get to see very often, so it's kind of a shame they got shut down before I noticed them. But anyway, Greenskins seem to have the dominance in the center of the field at the moment, as well as they should be able to turn that dominance into a safe cap on Objective 1 without much difficulty. Swamp Things coming in will rout off these Clan Rat Spears almost immediately. They're already pretty low leadership. And Skaven are now going to have a very hard time retaking this ground into the Greenskins. Especially with all the archers back online, just peppering all the lightly armored Skaven. We'll be having a hard time actually getting back here and contesting, especially with some Orc Boys on your catapults. The other catapult seems to already have been shut down while we weren't paying attention, and this catapult is next on the list, though it is still firing. It's actually really important that it keeps firing, because even with just one Plague Catapult online, it does still apply the Contaminate effect, as well as the Attack by Artillery leadership debuff, which can rout off Greenskins very, very quickly if it's allowed to keep going. Swamp Things fighting into Ikit, the Chieftain, and some Rat Ogres. They should be just fine. Honestly, Ikit's in quite a bit of trouble here. He needs to run, and not just, you know, Tokyo Drift all over these Swamp Things, because he will be killed very, very quickly. He is large, which means he's going to have a hard time slipping out of this, to be honest. He's on the chair as well, which means anti-infantry, so he's going to be doing very, very poorly against all these guys. Yeah, if Ikit could die there, that could be a pretty big loss for this Skaven. Though, granted, he isn't their lord, so losing your caster could be a pretty big deal. Now the Wolf Rats are coming out, and they should be able to just tear apart all these lightly armored, low-health Greenskin archers, and perhaps begin to retake the center of the map, but it's going to take a lot more than that, I suspect. Though the Skaven are... Actually, the Greenskins are beginning to catch up to the Skaven in value, which is not a position you want to be in as the Skaven. And Ikit is terror-routing off the field for the moment, but he's got a decent amount of HP. He might be able to come back, but he's being chased off. And yeah, now the second green tide cometh. More Orc Boys coming in, and exactly what I wanted to see. There's no more globes on the field, there's just a single Plague Catapult. So, well, there's a couple of globes, but most of the globes have been killed. There's not a lot left to kill your infantry, and your infantry will outperform against the Clan Rats and the Rat Ogres and everything else. Okay, Ikit's rounding off. Does he rally? He's got 12 leadership. He should rally, but he's pretty close to the edge. Is Ikit coming back? 20 leadership? Okay, Ikit rallies. It's very good for the Skaven, keeping your caster on the field. Where's Wurzag? Did Wurzag? I think he might have already killed Wurzag, or forced Wurzag to be desummoned, which is kind of problematic for Greenskins. Losing all that leadership, or the... What do you call it? Losing the melee attack buffs is pretty brutal, but he may have been out of WOM anyway. But yeah, Lord fled. Losing the leadership hurts you even more. So actually, that's a pretty big loss for the Greenskins, just because of that Lord fled penalty. Say about like Wurzag's effectiveness on the battlefield. That's not important. Like the loss of Lord as Greenskins feels terrible, because now the Skaven just skyrocketed ahead in value so quickly, and that's actually looking pretty rough for the Greenskins all of a sudden. Yeah, Wurzag's dying might actually be the one thing that the Skaven needed to come back in this game. The Wolf Rat's getting on top of the Hammer of Gork as well, and just eating it alive doesn't help either. Now there's just a mass rout coming from the Greenskins, and actually I think Skaven might come back and take this game. Greenskins just didn't mass rout because of the Lord loss, and that really hurts you. That leadership, your leadership is so bad to be with. Losing your Lord feels so bad as Greenskins. Stone Trolls, even half HP Stone Trolls are just routing off the field. That feels so rough. Now Skaven are retaking 2 objectives. And what I want to see from Tomos is just like post up around here. Do not push for objective number 1. You don't need it to win. You don't need it. Just play these 2 objectives. Just consolidate your forces, set your gun line back up. Don't overchase into your opponent's spawn zone. So as tempting as it is to chase off and shatter all of these Greenskin units, if you just get forced into a fight in your opponent's spawn, you'll be in a position where you can't be supported by your guns. You'll be in a really rough spot. More Gisele's back on the field. They'll do a good number against these trolls, but it might not be quick enough, because there's not a lot of infantry to actually prevent them from just doing what they want. Though it is doing some pretty good damage. Swamp Trolls don't actually have the same missile resistance as Stone Trolls, so they are going to be taking a lot of damage from that Giselle fire. Yeah, so look at all these shattered Greenskin units. That's probably more than half their army on the field. And yeah, Greenskins are just almost tabled. Like, they just don't have a whole lot left on the field. Whereas Skaven are just able to just continuously pump out more and more bodies. Granted, of a lower quality, but still. Their ability to just put forth bodies is terrifying. I think Tomos has this. I don't think Llama's actually going to be able to regroup his forces in time to actually retake these objectives. He's just... losing Urzag just feels very rough. And now it's, you know, still Lord Flederick, still minus 16 to your entire army. Combined with the Plague Claws, firing in and applying that Discourage. Like, yeah. I don't see Greenskins getting back on these objectives, unfortunately. This is literally Greenskin in a nutshell. Doing well in mass route. Yeah, basically. Bit of lag coming in. Yeah, Greeks are trying to just reconsolidate their forces on consolidate force on objective number 1. And they do have a good number of rallied troops coming over to objective number 3 as well, which is probably smart. This pocket of Skaven is looking real nasty and hard to get onto. If you can maybe just sneak this objective, but you need to do it really quick or you're going to be forced to 3 cap. Actually, they might not be able to get there in time before they're forced to 3 cap. I don't think they can. I think Green's going to be forced to 3 cap, which means they have to deal with this massive pocket of units in the center. Which I don't know if they can do, especially if they're pulling back. They can't afford to be pulling back and defending this objective. They have to go on the aggressive. They have to go on the offensive, and they have to go now. There is no time. As soon as they pop out the 4th, the Giselles are going to start picking them apart. This is looking mighty bad for the Greenskins. And yeah, as Rusty was saying in chat, this is kind of Greenskin syndrome. Like, they just run out of gas real hard. Just getting blocked by the trees a little, but yeah, this one clarinet won't last very long. Wolf Rats will help a little bit, but not a ton. But it doesn't really matter because Greenskins do in fact have to 3 cap. They need to take that center objective, and they need to do it quickly. Instead, if all the Skaven run off the center objective and try to, you know, save objective 3, and get caught in a fight like here, that could be really, really bad for Skaven. If they could just get forced into a fight off the objective, and that entire flank comes in from the other side and takes the objective, the Greenskins could actually take this back. Like, if they're going to win this fight here. Like, they're going to win until the reinforcements show up. Even then, the Trolls and the Night Goblins will grind very, very effectively with the Savage Orcs. There's no globes here to actually punish them. So, they can take that objective, but Skaven really just not commit to defending this. Just sack this objective. Just pull this force back here. Center, just hold up out on the center, but with all these Squigs and Orc boys coming in, they have a very tight clock, but Greenskins can actually do this. If they can get just more Spider Riders and shit back on the field, bring your Pterosaurs back over to objective number 3. Yeah, this is exactly what I was afraid of. This right here, this is perfect from Llama. Just force your opponent into a fight with a lot of resources off of the objective, and then just force resources on the objective. I don't know where these Wolf Riders are going, but honestly, I'd love to see them fight the Wolf Rats. The problem is, yeah, this is good. This is good. Just body block your opponent off the point. He's got to get on the point very, very quickly, and the backup coming from Clan Arts is forcing more Savage Orcs to go back. Savage Orcs will probably be both of those, but that's forcing resources elsewhere, and yeah, I don't think Greenskins at the time. Still haven't captured objective 3, and yeah, nope, no time. It was close. It was a nice last-ditch effort from Llama. It was close, but that'll be Tomos taking our series. 2-0. It was a good series. Very well played to our players. That was pretty close games, both of them. Some very close games. Yeah, Plague Claws did a lot of work. Giselles did alright. Globes did fine. Yeah, Globes actually got shut down pretty well. Llama did a really good job of shutting the Globes down. I think if Urzag lives, Greenskins win that. I didn't see what happened to Urzag, but I think if he survives... I assume it was just Flency Rune spam. That's usually how Skaven get it done. Look at these Squigs, dude. Squig herds are so, so good. Alright. That'll be Tomos. The 2-0. So, Tomos will be advancing to face Bob Dat Builder in our finals. Now, what are you guys up to in chat? I think with Wurzel, you take 2 spells and cast them anywhere in the trees. Yeah, basically. That's probably what you do. Alright, check-ins live for the Swiss tournament tonight. If you want to play, go for it. You guys are just talking about map stuff. Lapos, take them in 3-4 packs with Here We Go and they react large. Do they actually? Do they actually kill large things? I've never actually used that unit myself. Well, I think I did like right when the DLC came out. I used them in campaign, but I've never used them in multiplayer. I'm not a huge Greenskin player. Okay, let's get Bob in here. Hey, there he is. Someone's playing a Newbie tournament? I mean, he was in the lower bracket, so he definitely found somebody better than him. Alright, chat, tell me who you got. Do you have Tomos, the Skaven enthusiast, the missile faction specialist? Or do you have Bob, the ogre enjoyer? What else did Bob play? Oh, lizards. Yeah, Bob, the ogre and lizard enjoyer. Or just randomly kind of picked off a blind pick. That's also possible, I suppose. You gonna play this one if you overslept? Well, there'll be more. Oh, I forgot the banner vote for last game. I'm slipping. You should be disappointed in me, chat. How could you not remind me? Alright, Bob's informed me. So, global bans. Dark Elves, Slaanesh, Warriors of Chaos, Tomb Kings, Ogres, and Cathay are all global banned, which means Tomos still has his Skaven on the table. Bob still has his lizards. Yeah, they rank 10, you whip these guys. Yeah, Medley, you won a proper tournament. You didn't win a new tournament. You won a regular tournament. I don't know if we can let you back. I don't know. You might be too good for us now. Ogre ban. Like I said, Bob won a game earlier on stream with Ogres, so he looked pretty strong with them. And it looks like you guys are backing Bob. 2-1 odds in Bob's favor. Interesting. I know, but I'm just teasing. You did indeed ban your ogres. What shall you do now, Bob? What other factions you got up your sleeve? What are the maps for the finals? Maps are Celestial Lake, Glade of the Everqueen, Battle for Itza. Wait, nope, I'm reading the wrong tournament. Fuck me. Battle for Itza, Glinty Tooth's Crag, Road to Val's Anvil. Disregard that first list. That first list doesn't exist. May the Slan be with you, Bob. Introduce Crag is weird now. There's almost no terrain left at all. Did they change it when they updated the map pack? I haven't looked at the map pack since they updated, I'll be perfectly honest, so I don't know what changes happened. If we need to, we can sub things out. Picked Zinch, Lizardmen, and Coast, and banned Dwarves. Okay. I respect the Dwarf ban. Good patch notes for all the new stuff. Is it anything that warrants me changing the map pool for the finals? Because if I need to, I will. But otherwise, I'll do that at a later time. I'm not streaming. I know Road to Val's Anvil is fine, because I played that recently. I haven't actually seen Glinty Tooths lately. So chat, build your army. Well, he's waiting for his opponent to finish picking. He can't build his army until he knows what his opponent is playing. Well, just new maps? Okay. Then I will worry about that at a later date. Okay, Lizardmen. Are you doing Lizard Skaven? I see things changing behind the scenes for Tomos' build. I think we got Lizard Skaven. this llama here? No idea. Okay, both selective faction, but their builds haven't changed a whole lot. So I'm not sure what's happening. Bob, if you're still here, can you inform me if the faction have been picked? And also, Bob, if you're still here and the factions have been picked, stop listening. Okay, Thomas is ready up, so I suspect... Okay. Okay. And here we go. First we need a banner pull. Hold on, guys. Alright, pick the better banner. Take your pick. So, yeah, Bob has... Okay. He has... What is it, Sentinels of Tiphawk or something? And then Thomas is the same one he had before. So Bob has made an upgrade. He listened to our feedback. He's made some changes. Anyway, Skaven, we got some Clay Claws, some Globes, the Chieftain, Natty Boobos, Rat Ogres, and a smattering of other bodies. Lizards. We got Sora Spearline, backed up by Chameleon Skinks, Skink Jabs, a Priest with just Manticore Summoning, I think. Yep, and a bunch of Stalkers. Okay. So personally, I've never really been impressed with Stalkers. Well, not never. In Warhammer 3, I haven't been impressed with them. They don't tend to hit their missile attacks very often. They just have very, very poor accuracy, so their missile attacks don't do a lot of damage, and then their melee stats are really underwhelming for their price. Like, you're paying $675 for this unit, so if you're looking at melee stats purely, like, you could pay $75 more and get a Saurus, which is just way better. But so they're relying a lot on that missile attack, which just doesn't hit very often, so it doesn't do a lot of damage. It doesn't have much ammo, so I personally am underwhelmed for this. What this unit is really good at, and I suspect Bob is using them for here, is to A, contest this objective without being shot by artillery, and B, try to sneak past his opponent's lines and just one-shot the artillery. Just get on top of them and delete them immediately, which is something that lizards can struggle with, so it's a reasonable idea. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see how far up he can actually sneak those command stalkers. So, fun fact, yeah, political capital shooting in. For anybody who's new to Dom or hasn't noticed this, you'll notice once this command stalker steps on the point, there will be arrows on this capture rate meter. There, now. So his opponent can know that there's a stock unit on this objective. I think Bob realizes that. And no, that's not stream sniping, I have a delay. So, like, yeah. You need to, if you're sneaking around, make sure not to step toe on the objectives. Plague Cowboys are doing a number of these Saurus Spears already, which is doing just loads and loads of work. Fistfuls is not justification for why you shouldn't bring Saurus. This just means you need cover. Natty Boos are shooting in. But yeah, Lizards are taking a lot of damage in the open field. You really don't want your Plague Claws shooting single entities. They do much damage based on splash, so they won't be shooting blocks of infantry. And I love this, just hiding his priest behind the pillars, or not. Okay, never mind. I say just station your priest behind one of these pillars, so you can't get shot by Natty Boos, just use cover. You know, classic first-person shooter mechanics, just use cover. So yeah, like I said, he's going to have this Command Stalker cap this objective, and the other ones are sneaking around behind trying to get those Plague Claws, because you really need to shut them down. He's just hammering your Saurus. Feral Coldness coming in, again, same thing on the other side, just trying to pressure, get back here, get on the Plague Claws, get on the Globes, whatever you can. But these Saurus are taking a ton of damage on the way in. It's a very, very hefty frontline tax. Command Stalkers have gotten most of the way around without being spotted. Tomos is none the wiser. Manticore Summon coming in. I suspect that'll go after the Plague Claws or Natty Boos. Ikit is just now being summoned. Command Stalkers are being spotted, but because Tomos has spent all of his money on Ikit Claw, he doesn't have anything to summon. He can't afford to summon anything to answer the Command Stalkers. It's really unfortunate. Saurus are coming in, getting destroyed by globes, and these Feral Cold Ones are getting just blobbed up a little bit and shot by Plague Claws, which is really rough. You need to make sure not to blob your stuff up like this. Leave the Greenskins Skaven. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. Yeah, Command Stalkers are lodged in the backline, and they should beat Clan Rat Spears, but I mean, for the price, they better beat Clan Rat Spears. Yeah, and now they're going to top the Plague Habits, and like, look how little damage the missile shot does. Just so little damage. And the Manticore is actually getting all over the Natty Boos, and the Globadiers are trying to peel it off and destroying their own globe, their own Giselle. That's really unfortunate. Stalkers have gotten on top of the artillery pieces. They're shutting them down pretty adequately. They've already done quite a number on the Lizardmen front line. Feral Cold Ones are starting to get in the back line, but you really need to just like weave through this hole and find that globe. So you really need to stop these globes from firing, or you'll never win the front line engagement. Such is the way of playing against Skaven. Feral Cold Ones starting to rampage, which is really unfortunate. They're on the dogs. A little lapse in the microphone ear from Bob, and that's the advantage of playing this Skaven in this, like playing the defensive faction, is that you only have to micro certain things. A lot of your units can just kind of exist and provide protection, whereas as the aggressor, you have to micro-pinch everything all at once. Globes are starting to shoot on the Stalkers, doing very, very good damage, as well as Clan Rats being summoned on them, bogging them down. Skaven have recapped objective number 1, prevented the Stalkers from getting their back cap, but the Lizards are still holding on to objectives number 2 and 3. The Stalkers have managed to get free. Rippers coming in, and that is one nice thing. With the jail shut down, there's nothing to stop these Rippers. There's not a single thing that can stop these Rippers, and they are just tearing into these Globadiers. Stalkers coming in as well, but like these bad boys are so good at killing infantry. Globadiers are running for it. They're not going to be coming back, I suspect. Yeah, they're chase them down. And without any Giselles or Rattlings. Okay, the Jails have actually rallied, but they haven't been noticed by the Bob or by Tomos just yet. So they need to get back online and back shooting in those Rippers, or they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Ikit's just running around flying through Greenskins. He's on a chariot. He's very, very good for that. Listens to all his hated chariots, and I think Bob has spotted those Giselles, and he realizes that they are priority target number 1. The only thing to counter his Rippers. So if he can shut them down, he is golden, because I suspect he has more Rippers in his reserves. Yeah, Giselles are gone. Very swishy. Rippers hit very hard along the Feral Cold Ones. But Skaven are losing the objective on the high ground. Feral Cold Ones cleaning up the infantry, as well as a couple of Stalkers. Ikit is still running rampant in the mid ground, though. And where is the Lizardman caster? Has he been sniped yet? Has he been sniped? I don't see him anywhere. I don't see him on the mini-map anywhere. He might be dead, he might be desummoned, I don't really know. Tic-Tac-Toe is on the field, and he can absolutely just harry and just chase down Ikit or the Chieftain, either one. Either one be a valuable target. Yeah, the Rippers are just tearing apart the globes. Okay, Night Rows are a good answer to them, but they'll take them down very, very slowly, so it'll take some time. But these Rippers in the meantime are just tearing apart globe after globe, which is just money for the Lizardmen. And yeah, Skaven just don't seem to have an answer to these Rippers. Before the Rippers came on the field, I was really favoring Skaven, but now the Rippers are here, there's just nothing to shut them down very quickly. Like I said, if Bob does have more of them, which I suspect he does, he has been a Ripper enthusiast in the past. Like they can just go nuts on these Skaven. There's not a lot on this Skaven roster that can kill them. You're really relying on Night Runners or shooting of some kind. Looks like Skaven have lost the high ground. Unfortunately, the feral cold ones, Rampage, they can't actually come cap this objective. Which is really unfortunate for the lizards, but not the end of the world. Nice brass orb coming down this Khorne javelins. Tic-Tac-Toe is starting to get on top of Ikit, but he has been hit with a Cleansing Ruin, and the Chieftain should be able to bail him out as well. But Ikit is actually taking pretty good damage. Tic-Tac's not bad at this whole gooning business. Nice, like I said, nice brass orb in those jabs. That's some more feral cold one. Oh, it looks cold and Spear Riders coming in. But these Rippers have not died yet. Rippers have, you know, they've gotten they've already paid for themselves. They're on another globe. I mean, chased around by Clanrite Spears, but Clanrite Spears don't do a whole lot of damage. Stalkers have triumphed over those Clanrites that will be taking objective 1 and forcing the 3 cap on the Skaven. And Bob actually have a ton of value. I think Bob has this. This is looking actually really, really rough for Tomos. Ah, the cheat did get, or the priest did get sniped, but he's like so cheap for on foot with just the Manticore summoning. You can just resummon him. It's almost not even worth your opponent's wand to cast Cleansing Rune on him. Tic-Tac-Toe is fended off by the Chieftain and Ikit, but Ikit does take a lot of damage in the process. And honestly, yeah, there's not a lot just on the field for either side. They've traded very, very heavily. So Lizard Infantry is running, well, it's almost non-existent. There's not much Lizard Infantry left in the field. There's a couple of Saurus Spears. There's some Chameleon Stalkers. There's not a lot of really holding power for the Lizardmen yet left. There's not a lot for the Skaven either, so see if that Skaven ability to actually just pump out bodies actually comes through for them in the end. These Rippers are still a terror. They're still going around terrorizing these globes. Skaven can't have any real shooting online until those Rippers are dealt with. And does Ikit have Howling Warp Gale? It's like that's the age-old counter for Skaven. He does. He doesn't have anything to follow up with. Like, I mean, he can cast Howling Warp Gale on them, but if nothing to shoot them, they're not going to die. Cold One's coming in, and yeah. When the battle is this devolved, all of the Lizard ability is able to just go run rampant. The Rippers, the Feral Cold Ones. And Bob seems to have good control of them and getting them in the right place at the right time. You have another Brass Orb coming down, but the Manticore looks like it's going to be able to goon out Ikit. And he's definitely still has a lot of Winds of Magic left, so that'll be a lot of damage. Which is really bad loss for the Skaven. I was up a ton of value. I don't see how Tomos retakes these objectives. He's forced to just spam out Skaven's Spears and Clan Rats, but those units don't perform very well on their own, and when they're outmaneuvered by all these Feral Cold Ones and Rippers, they're in a lot of trouble. They're in a lot of trouble. And yeah, there are more Rippers on the high ground. I was right. He did bring more Rippers. He is a Ripper enjoyer, which I respect. And yeah, this is a pretty big mistake from Tomos. He needs to desummon these guys so he can bring them back. Or like, just sitting here is bad. They either need to move up and start fighting again, or the BT summons, you can resummon them at full health later. Same with these guys in the trees over here. Like one or the other, just leaving them idle is a big mistake. Manticore coming in, should be able to finish off Ikit, although the Feral Cold One Knights, the Feral Cold Ones and the Cold One Riders should be able to deal with them reasonably well. Lizards have held a 3 cap and a value lead for most of this game. It's just looking really, really rough for Lizards. Looks like one of the Rippers has finally died, not for getting 127 kills and 1500 value though. The other Ripper is still going nuts on the high ground, having gotten even more kills and even less value. And now there's just a wave of Skaven to the Spears, but just 1 or 2 Saurus can come true through all of these guys, or a Ripper. Rippers do fine too, but honestly I prefer to see Saurus, they can actually contest the capture weight. Yeah, okay, there's some Saurus Spears with shields. They'll do a good job shooting through these Clan Rats, as they are a much higher quality infantry unit. And they can also outcap most of the Skaven infantry. Stalkers coming in. I question the Stalker summon. I prefer to see Saurus, but maybe you just don't have them available. Saurus Spears on the high ground, as long as those Rippers will tear apart all these Skaven Spears. And honestly, they're Skaven slaves. You're probably fine to just drop the Rippers on them, as well as the Feral Cold Ones. At least in the rear charge. Yeah. I don't know what to say here. I don't think Skaven have, I think Skaven are kind of boned. Yeah. Globes are, yeah, there we go. The globes are back in action. Not sure where these guys came from, but they are treating the Saurus. Skaven should be able to retake objective number 3, and actually they're taking all the objectives simultaneously, but I don't know if they can hold them. Rippers are doing a good job shooting through those Skaven slaves, albeit not super quickly because there are so many models, but they'll do their job, and the Saurus are outcapping them. Radager's coming in, but they are charging into Spears. Night Runners as well. Like I said, I'd love to see just some more Saurus. There's not a whole lot to deal with, just a bunch of Saurus meat on the field. I'd say the Lizard forces are actually wearing pretty thin. Just a couple of Greenskins and Rippers on the field. I really hate these chameleon resummons. Like I said, their melee stats are pretty abysmal. They're mostly paying for that stealth and the shock damage from the missile attack, which really isn't what you need. You need holding power. Said they should be able to get around here and kill the globes. Like, look at the damage! Look at the damage! There is no damage! This is a squishy unit. That was probably like 300 damage overall. Like, this is, you know, Stalkers are not my favorite unit.
You have the foe's victory point.
Skaven finally managed to take the center objective back, but they are still struggling to take the side objectives, and their time is running out. They've got about a minute to start taking these objectives before the game is just over. Frog Cold One's coming in. These Saurus Spears, though, if they do break, this game will be able to take this objective fairly quickly, but with the Rippers and the Night Runners, they're going to be a lot of trouble. Oh my god, these Rippers have 235 kills and no vags. He's been fighting Skaven slaves. Nice cleansing rune comes down, but it does rout from the overcast damage, it looks like. But I don't think Skaven can take these objectives in any reasonable amount of time.
You have been bested.
And there we go.
There is only defeat.
Bob takes our first game with his signature lizards. I believe that has traditionally been a Skaven favored matchup, so very impressive from Bob. I like the build. I don't like all the command stalker resummons, but the Rippers did a lot of work. Katok did well. The caster summoned Manticores, which did well, which doesn't show the value, unfortunately. I really wish they would change that. Yeah. It was looking pretty rough in the beginning, but Bob managed to collapse on the Skaven gun line very, very effectively, so by taking a lot of damage on the approach. Not bad. Not bad. Alright, who won the banner off? Lizards? I agree. That is my favorite lizard banner. So I agree with you folks in that regard. So let's get our blocker back up. We are on to Glinty Tooth's Crag. Just a bit tighter of a map. I mean, it's not super choky, but it's a fairly small map, so it is quite nice. It is quite easy to keep some shooting elements safe. There are nice sight lines on it. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some more missile-inclined factions on this map. Alright, what picks are we expecting, guys? What do you guys think we're going to see? My predictions are Tomos on Empire, Bob on Kislev. There's my predictions. What do you guys think we're going to see? And so we got Khorne for Bob. No Kislev. What is Tomos going to give us? Lay it on us, Tomos. Lizards of his own. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. Interesting. Alright, folks. Once again, call the banners. Who's got the better one? Feel free to wait until they've made their final selection. But I must know who you think has the better banners. So, I don't have a ton of experience with this matchup. I'm inclined to think it's probably pretty good for Khorne, just because Khorne is generally considered a stronger faction. I don't think the Lizards are out of it. There's definitely some good options. Salamanders, both Ancient and Pax, are probably pretty good here. The Ancient's good at clearing infantry. The Pax are good at killing things like Minotaurs, as well as Skirmish Cav. But Minotaurs are definitely a big threat. Minotaur Great Weapons will kill any dinos you bring. Minotaur Dual Weapons will kill any of your infantry. Lizards are going to have a hard time having staying power in melee, so I suspect they probably want to kite here. You probably also want Mazda if you're lizards, just because of his ability to clear infantry and the large amounts of infantry threat that Khorne has. Otherwise, you just don't have a good way to kill Chaos Warriors. Alright, Tomos has selected his final choice for his banner. The Crescent Moon. Versus the Crimson Skull. I don't actually know the proper name of that lizard faction, but Khorne faction is the Crimson Skull. That's the one I always use. So you have my vote. I think the Khorne one is better, because I think that's the best Khorne one there is. And as expected, we have a bit of salamander kiting going on over here for the lizards. And we have some spicy picks for Khorne. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. So, yeah, Ancient Salamander, Umbral Tide, Rev Crystal, and Dwellers, Earthblood, Bound Banishment, Shield of the Old Ones. Okay. And then some jabs and some Source. I saw some spicy Khorne picks. So first of all, we have a Skull Cannon. I've been seeing those guys get used a lot lately as a counter skirmish option to shoot into skirmish cavs, because Khorne's bad at that. But against lizards, I'm not sure it's going to be very effective against salamanders. It might do alright shooting big dinos, but you have better options, I feel like. So I'm not really sure what its ideal target is. It might do alright against salamanders. Definitely outranges the salamander hunting packs, but I'm curious to see. Like Khorne Warriors, Valkia, the always picked, and the Knights of the Brazen Throne. Okay. The Knights of the Brazen Throne are really, really good at killing infantry, especially non-AP infantry that can't really trade back onto them. Just with 130 armor, lizards don't have a lot of things that can kill them. That said, one of the things that can kill them is right here, and you're very, very wary of the Umbral Tide. Despite not having AP, they do a ton of damage versus large targets, so they can tear through them quite quickly. But if they're left to their own devices, they will just tear apart swords and skinks all day long. So, Skull Cannon pushing up, I'm really curious what this thing's target is. I'm really curious what I'll probably shoot this. Okay, shooting the anti-salamander at max range, but you'll never hit it, because it's a Skull Cannon we're talking about. It will never hit at maximum range. Okay. It was actually going to hit before the salamander moved. I'll give you that one. That would have hit. I will give him that one. That should have hit. Now he's shooting into this Source Warriors. It's going to be mildly effective. No, or it's just going to completely whiff. Yeah, my experience with Skull Cannons, they have to be about half of their range to be accurate. Otherwise, you're just shooting blindly and hoping they do something. That looked really impressive. Oh, it killed 10 models. Jeez. Just didn't look like it did much HP damage. Okay, I'll take it. I'll give it to you. That wasn't bad. That was bad, but you know, we're forgiving around here. The Blood God is a gracious one. Shooting the Slan. I don't know if that's a very efficient target. The Slans are very, very wait, it got hit. It didn't take any damage. I'm sorry? What is this Lizardmen bullshit? What is this bullshit? You have full HP. You were hit. You had the Lord under attack icon, and you have full HP. It's not like you got Red Crystal immediately. You would have seen it. See, the Red Crystal still has, yeah, it still has full charges. What the fuck, man? What is this old one bullshit? And there's some Sword Spears and Clubs hanging up the high ground, as well as some Cold One Spear Riders. They pose a mild threat to Knights of Brazen Throne. Knights of Brazen Throne should win that just based on better stats, but it's not going to be a good engagement for them. Spear Riders will get more value out of that trade, I suspect. Ancient Salamander shooting the Fleshhounds. Again, ideally Ancient Salamander can be shooting at the infantry, while the Salamander Hunting Packs will shoot the large targets. Ancient Salamanders do most of their damage based off explosions, kind of like grenade launchers. So we'll be shooting those tightly packed infantry formations. Lizardmen are capping both objectives 1 and 3, and there's a nice Spear Slapnir coming down, but these Furies are not going to last very long. These King Chavs aren't a pure missile unit, they are a hybrid unit, so they do have decent melee stats. Khorne Warriors should crash against those Source and do quite well. Khorne Warriors, Chaos Warriors just dominate Source, and they are. They are destroying them, even with the ward save, even with the poison. They're still tearing them apart. Man, a Grey Omen's coming in. But there's still nothing really to get on top of these lizard salamanders, but nothing really for them to shoot at it either. Khorne is doing a very good job of denying them targets and just taking what shots they can when they can. Salamander is just trying to shoot into the Khorne Warriors, which is what I was saying. Very, very good. And the Salamander Hunting Pack is going for the Knights of the Brazen Throne. Swing and a miss, and just look at them barrel through those swords and right onto the Ancient Salamander, or the Salamander Hunting Pack, and just tearing them apart immediately. They're anti-infantry, but their stats are crazy high. 62 melee attack on a caveat, 105 charge rolls. They'll tear these guys apart very quickly. But let's actually have Spike going down. Actually doing pretty good damage to these guys. So the Fleshhounds coming in. I'd love to see these Fleshhounds try and just catch these Cold One Spear Riders before they can get on your Knights of the Brazen Throne. So Knights of the Brazen Throne can keep on those Salamander Hunting Pack, the Umbral Tide. Minotaurs and Khorne Dogs coming in around the back. They should be able to cap that objective. Knights of the Brazen Throne are actually in a pretty rough spot here. They're kind of surrounded by both Source and Cold One Spear Riders. If the Umbral Tide can actually get out and start shooting at them, they'll go down pretty quickly, so you need to be very careful. Ancient Sally's getting caught up in melee. Knights of the Brazen Throne should be able to pin it in and kill it here. But they're just taking a lot of damage. This is their biggest problem. They have very good damage up in the Knights of the Brazen Throne, but they take a lot of damage very quickly because they're so big and so slow. Coming uphill to try and charge these skinks. Because they're charging uphill, the charge won't be as devastating, but still pretty damn good. Still pretty damn good, dude. Lizardmen are still holding on to objective number 3 and objective number 1, which Khorne should probably try to see about doing something about pretty soon, but Tomos is up pretty heavily in value with his lizards. He's done a good job killing off the Saurus, the Chaos Warrior Infantry, as well as damaging the Ice Brazen Throne. They are still in the field. Skull Cannon has gone to melee to try and get more ammunition, and is surrounded by Feral Cold Ones, and is taking a lot of damage very, very quickly. This is looking pretty rough for Khorne. Pretty rough. Cold Wood Spear Riders are doing a good job of shutting down all the Khorne dogs, just catching them out and beating the crap out of them, because they are armored, as well as being AP anti-large. Still just absolutely destroy Khorne dogs, which is a very, very effective trade for them. But nice that Brazen Throne, I feel like they just run out of targets. There's a couple of skinks they can run over, but they're not going to be that effective into Feral Cold Ones or Cold One Riders, so they need to be careful. I feel like they just don't have a good spot to go, like any place to be. Valkia has landed and began fighting the Bestildon Rev Crystal. Should do fine in that role, but I mean, it'll take her a while. And in the meantime, you're losing out pretty much everywhere else. Blitzatcho, despite comes down these Flesh Hounds. Tries to finish them off before they get a rear charge on those skinks. Another sloppy toppy spear coming down, doing some good damage to the infantry, but not a whole lot. And lizards are still holding 2 objectives, as well as still pretty far up in the value trade, over 1,000 value advantage. But now in come the Minos, and this Rev Crystal needs to run. Minos with a Grey Open will tear Rev Crystal apart very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. Yep. That Rev Crystal is out of there. No issue to chase it down and pursue for the kill. Falcons were extended after the Skull Cannon being caught, which is a very nice play. And yeah, that Rev Crystal is not long. For this world. Ice Brazen Throne are being caught up by Feral Cold Ones. So as I said, should probably trade up into them. They are large and they are AP, so they should do well into the anti-infantry armored cav. And the Bestildon the Rev Crystal's dead. It's just dead already. Intergrowman's do a really good job killing dinos, so I'd love to see them swing over here, get on that Sally and that Slon, and maybe kill them outright. Unfortunately, well, maybe not. There's a lot of Skink and Saurus support there, so that could be really risky. Maybe not. That's a bad spot to be in. There's a lot of juicy targets, but also a lot of things that can punish you really hard. Nice shots coming from the Skull Cannon, but it still probably hasn't paid for itself. It's gotten a bit of value. But I worry about Khorne's holding power. They don't have a lot of infantry, except for all these dual-weapon Marauders they just summoned, which... I don't actually know who wins between Saurus Spears and dual-weapon Marauders. I suspect it's Saurus Spears. We're still firing on the Minotaurs. Minotaurs backing off, which honestly I don't really understand. I feel like you gotta... I don't know, you don't have a lot of forces here, but you also don't have a lot of options. You don't have a lot of forces here either. You need to take but one or the other. I think these Minotaurs just gotta keep going. Especially since the Umbral Tide has moved... excuse me. Sorry. Especially since the Umbral Tide has moved to the high ground, I think the Minotaurs need to come balls deep. There's not a lot here that can actually threaten them. These aren't spears. Except the Spear Riders, but you can probably dominate them with some support from your Halberds. Just move up with the Minotaurs and the Halberds to try to take. You don't have a lot of options, you don't have a lot of units, so you gotta move where you do have power, and right now your power is in your Minotaurs. Just move up. You got it. Fury's trying to chase the Umbral Tide, while the Marauders just fight the Spears. Marauders are outcapping the Spears at the moment, but they are receiving backup, and these guys are fairly lightly armored, so they will die to the Skink Jazz reasonably quickly. Yeah, I feel like Bob needs to get more aggressive for the Blood God, but he's just so far behind in value. He's down about almost 3,000 value already. This is looking pretty good for the list, especially since Tomos is banking about 2,000 funds. I mean, again, just look at the battlefield. There's a lot of gold tied up in these Minotaurs that don't have great targets, because it's just a lot of infantry, and they're great weapons. Then a couple of Marauders that are actually... Okay, they're doing better than I thought against those Saurus. Oh, that's because they're 2v1ing it. 2v1s don't count. That's not very honorable of you, Khorne. Valka is just chilling. I really feel like she's trying to get active. Get after the Salamander, get after the Slon, something. The Salamander just nuked the shit out of its own skinks. That's nice. Minotaurs are trying to catch out those Saurus and the Cold One Spear Riders before they kill the Skull Cannon. I'm not going to do it in time, but they will still kill the Spear Riders pretty effectively. On this side, Khorne has temporarily capped this objective. With all these lizards coming through, they will not be able to hold it, I suspect. Umbral Tide has come in and are going to be shooting into the Minotaur Grey Opens, doing loads and loads of damage. Or not. How are they just not damaging things? Bound Banishment coming in, but unfortunately the halberds have skedaddled, so not going to be a whole lot of damage done there. Ancient Sally is low on HP, but doing just fine. Nice person throwing, I suspect. I kind of lost track of them. Colossal Hunters coming in will actually tear apart Minotaur with Grey Punch. They need to be very, very careful. Well, actually, it kind of goes both ways. They'll both tear each other apart, depending on who gets a good engagement, which is usually going to be the Colossal Hunters, given their flying and superior speed. Red Crests coming into the back of the Minotaurs. They'll do very good damage. Their AP values are pretty high, so they'll shoot through the armor. Colossal Hunters are tearing apart Flesh Hounds, and jeez, look at them go. I love this unit. This unit is so good. Sally is still alive and running around, and yeah, the Khorne is just almost wiped out the field. They actually have caught up pretty heavily in value. Seeing those Minotaurs in melee can kill some of these big targets, but at the moment, they just don't have the forces to actually take the objective. Oh, they killed the Slan! The Minotaurs just killed the Slan! It's actually pretty big, but they are still hit with the Dwellers, and the Colossal Hunters with Toad Rage should be able to finish off these Minotaurs with a bit of Skink support. And Khorne is still losing out on the high ground. I really wish these Marauders have been dedicated to backing up the Minotaurs, because like they're not going to do a whole lot on their own here. I mean, they did fine. I think they would have done more with the Minotaurs. I could be wrong. So yeah, just let these Skinks sit on the Minotaurs, and then bring the Colossal Hunters in, pop Toad Rage, and let them go to town. Yeah, that's my my prescription. Surround them, drop the Colossal Hunters on them, pop Toad Rage, you'll destroy them. The Slan does manage to rally over here, which means there'll probably be another Dweller below or two, as well as some more shields of the old one. I don't see a way for Khorne to retake these objectives. There's too many lizards on the field. Like, it looks fine. Over here, it looks close. Like, Khorne could probably maybe grind this out. Like, Khorne might be able to win this, but then you remember there's like 6 or 7 more lizard units over here. Yeah. Colossal Hunters are just tearing apart more Flesh Hounds and Halberds, and the Minotaurs are routing off. And with that, there's just not a lot of Khorne meat left on the field to hold. There's still ammo for Sally. I think. Maybe not. I don't know where Sally... Oh, Sally's dead. Poor Sally. Poor Sally. She was a good girl. Anyway, Halberds are here, but if you send a bunch of Saurus, and actually the Red Skinks will trade them just fine. So you start recharging with Feral Cold ones, or just using Dwellers below, and Lizards will be able to take the 3 cap here before too terribly long. Yep. I think Jab's doing some good damage to the Flesh Hounds. Guess where Halberds charging downhill into Feral Cold ones. They'll kill the Feral Cold ones. The Red Crest should still get a good fight on them. Ripper's coming in to tear apart yet more Flesh Hounds. I love Ripper Dactyls. They remind me of Avatar. Was the 2013 Avatar? Just those big flying bird things. They're so cool. I mean, that's basically what they are. The pterodactyls, but they're just so cool, and they're really good at tearing apart big things. Anything big just gets torn apart by the Rippers, by the Colossal Hunters. I'm glad they got buffed in this game, because they were kind of a meme in Warhammer 2. Yep. This Slan is just hanging on by a thread. He's got to explode those. He can't heal himself up if he feels so inclined. Which he doesn't. I think, yeah, he doesn't. He's more inclined to heal up the Rippers, which honestly is a decision I agree with. What's the intensity? Interesting. I don't know how intensity affects healing spells, to be perfectly honest. But now, there's so many Skinks, they can just take that objective without killing the Halberd. More Flesh Hounds coming in, which won't be doing a whole lot on their own, especially with the Colossal Hunter still in the field. 3 cap, as well as a massive point lead for the Lizards, and a massive value lead. Well, the value lead has actually gotten a little bit smaller than it was, but still, I think Khorne is in a pretty rough spot. And Bob agrees. So, we're all tied up, going into the ace match. Why is that one small? Why did it get smaller? Everything is out of symmetry now. Oh well. How did these lizards do? You can now get crumped in tournament. Enjoy! Thanks for hanging around. Yeah, the ref crystal got fucked up real fast by those minnows. Jabs did well. Cold Spearers did well. Rippers didn't even pay for themselves, but they were such a menace shutting down so many Fleshhounds. Yeah. Nice the Brazen Throne are really nice unit on paper, but they just take damage unreasonably quickly for no like discernible reason as far as I can tell. Minos did like excellent work. I would have preferred to see them like lean it more into the Minos. Fleshhounds did Fleshhound things. Like bring some dual weapon Minos, actually kill some of the Source and the Skinks, and then as well to augment the Grove and Minos. You just drop the Knights of the Brazen Throne, drop the Skull Cannon, and just commit more heavily to the Minos, and you're in a pretty good spot. Alright. These guys do their final pick and ban. I'm going to run to grab some of IT real quick. I'll be right back. I have returned. And for a deciding matchup, we have Norska Coast. So, Road to Val's Anvil, Norska Coast. Who do I favor in this matchup? Probably Coast. Norska is notoriously poor backline access, as well as Coast's biggest weakness, just cheap archers, is largely unavailable to Norska. So Norska's gonna have to get things done the old-fashioned way, just getting there and grinding, which they're quite good at. But they're gonna get punished very heavily by bombers if they use things like berserkers, which is what they would ideally be using. It's a little trickier for Norska, I think, it is for Coast. I think Coast's game plan is pretty standard. You know, line of zombies, some bombers, maybe a mortar, maybe a cannon, something like that to shoot skin wolves, and then some animated hulks to keep everything out. So, pick what Norse is going to do is play the low ground, play the open area, where they can actually use their superior mobility to their advantage. And on the other hand, Coast is going to play the top, where they can actually use the tighter corridors to protect themselves. I was muted. Did you guys hear any of that? I just broke down the entire matchup. Did you guys even hear me say I came back? Did I fuck up that badly? Well, either way. Do our final banner pull for the night. So, Force of Norska. We've got Wolfric the Wanderer, who teleported away. Shaman Sorcerer of Fire, which I quite like. Burning Head towards zombies. Flaming Sword of Rune kills Sirens. Marauders. Margaret opens. Berserkers. Marauders. Champions. Doggos. Goes to Silastra and Queen Beth, do a good job killing those champions, as well as the Berserkers. Hand cannons. Black Spot, animated hulks, and a couple of bombers. And then, you know, like I said, zombies in front. So what I would like to see for Coast is them to come up here, waltz up this way, and then position like here-ish, and start shooting down towards objective number 2, and eventually just slow push down this hill. That way you put yourself at the back to the wall, no flank route on this side, you know, minimal flank route on this side, to very easy to defend your missile position back here. And then you're well in range to shoot onto objective 2, and then you can end up just slow pushing downhill, which is just all a good thing for Coast. For Norska, I think you just can't really assail this position initially. You need to wait, like down here, put a toe on this objective, and force Coast to come out of that position. Force Coast to move up and threaten objective 2, and then once they're actually into this kind of position, you can aggress from here and from here at the same time, and hit them from both sides. I think that's how you ought to be playing this kind of dynamic, where you have a missile faction to a melee faction on this map. That's probably how you want to do it. But let's see if our players agree. It looks like Norska is taking the high ground and Coast is opting for the low ground. Okay. So Coast has given up some of the natural protection of the map, but because Norska's got enough there, actually Norska's gonna have a hard time. Like, they've kind of bottlenecked their own forces. Although this bottleneck isn't terribly slim, Still, most of the Norse forces are all going to be coming downhill, which is, you know, going downhill is always nice. It helps you, provides a lot of advantages in combat, but still, you need to really make sure you can get actually around and surround any kind of gun formation like this. They also need to be a little bit scared of Queen Bess. The other problem with being in this tighter area is that you're going to be clumped uphill more for Queen Bess. What spell could the Silastra have? She has Vangeist Revenge. Okay. Nothing you need to be careful of clumping up for. And Spiteful Shot. And then she has her Summon, Song of Enthrallment, and Kiss the Deep, the lore passive. Okay. Yeah, the number one thing I want to see out of a Norscan player here is just patience. Be careful, be out of range just of the guns, just let the dog try to contest the cap. Animated Hulk here, this is good from Coast. Animated Hulk is not very vulnerable to any of Norska's shenanigans, so they can just sit on the objective and cap for you. It's a good choice until the Javs get here, but the Javs should be the target for Queen Bess. On the high ground, Norska should be waltzing up, and honestly, Norska should just like start moving this way pretty quickly. You don't need to be on the high ground, there's nothing out there for you. Jeez, Queen Bess almost just one-shot those Norse, or like almost broke those Northern Ice Wolves. That was more than I expected. I still think the Javs are your primary target. These Hunter Javs over here. Which Queen Bess has come to realize. And do we get a good shot? Oh, no. Okay, that's... Jeez. When Queen Bess hits, she fucks shit up. Like, she tends to be pretty inaccurate, but when she hits... Show me this. Okay, well, she hit like 3 models that time. See? Sometimes she just doesn't hit. When I do a nice cinematic shot, she doesn't hit. Oh, jeezums. Oh, goodness. Yep, that's a bit of a mismicro from Tomos. You can't really let your cow get in the range of bombers and handguns, as well as Song of Enthrallment to try and slow them down and get them stuck up. Nobody's actually set foot on objective number 2 yet. Suspect Coast is going to want to set a toe like right here, and that forces Norska to come all the way down the hill into them to actually contest that objective. Coast is taking this objective, but a bunch of a nice big hound flank, which I like. Even if Coast summons their own hounds here, they're just not going to have enough or the same quality. Which means Norska can get in here, eat these bombers, and eat Queen Bess. Beautiful play. Beautiful play from Tomos. This is the problem with having that wider formation on the low ground as opposed to a tighter formation on the high ground, is that you just can't defend this stuff as well. Sirens is living a little idle. You probably have one on the other side to peel for exactly this sort of maneuver. And now those bombers are getting shut down. And now the thing is... Yep! They peeled for each other with bombs, and now those bombers are dead too! I mean, it's better than just letting the bomber die, I suppose, but it still doesn't feel great. Queen Bess being eaten by Norse and Ice Wolves. We got a Burning Head coming down on the black spot. Does some okay damage. We'll probably bounce off on those guys. Frontline engagement, I'm sure, is going very heavily in Norska's favor, and you really wish you had some bombers right here if you're Coast. Because if you had a bomber here, or even if you had a Vangeist from Silastra right here, you can really punish this. Because you're so spread out, you can't really support yourself with your other units. This is just kind of a feeding frenzy for Norska. Damnites are going to be a nice sweeper unit, though. They'll come in and they'll deal with all the dogs. Bats, I'm not sure if even Bats even beat Norska and Ice Wolves, but the gun shooting in will help, as well as Sirens. And Queen Bess should survive. Actually, did Silastra bring Invocation? I guess Silastra doesn't have Invocation, does she? No, so there's no actually healing for Queen Bess. Queen Bess might be in a bit of trouble then. She's still firing into the blob, which, I mean, if she can get some shots in there, that'll be some money. And this is exactly what you don't want to do against these kind of explosive units. You really need to just get around the sides. There's no reason to blow them up. Like, one of these Berserkers is, like, barely in combat. Like, both these Berserkers, they have, like, 3 models in combat. The rest are just waiting. You'd rather just have them move around and be active. They're just basically completely inactive at the moment. And Queen Bess is firing. Oh, please, give it to me, baby. Give it to me, Tomos. Not exactly where you were going for, but not bad. And yeah, Norse is leaning pretty far ahead in the value, and now just being in the opening, being down here in this open area means that these Norscan Ice Wolves can just kind of do what they want and have their way with the Norskins. Alright, give it to me. Come on. I want it. My body is ready. That's okay. Spread formation helps them out a lot. But yeah, these guys are all idle, and they really need to spread out. 4 units clumped up like that is just perfect shooting for Vangeists. Oh, come on. Give it to me, Silastra. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yep, that hurts a lot. And suddenly the value lead is back in Coast's favor. That's actually huge. That might keep Coast in the game, but Wolfric has gotten onto Silastra, though. Wolfric doesn't have magic attacks. He still has really impressive weapon strength. We should be able to cut through her pretty quickly. Song of Enthrallment is popped to try and keep her alive and lower Wolfric's melee stats, but This melee stat's still pretty impressive, especially with Sword of Torvald and Hunter of Champions active. He's still doing a ton of damage to her. And she's just fleeing into the Norskan Ice Wolves for safety. Trying to get the bombers just bogged down Wolfric while she shoots him with the black spot. Best is still firing in, and actually that Vangeist might have single-handedly switched the game, but honestly, the Coast front line is crumbling, which means their ability to hold objectives is just almost completely gone. Which means that Norska will have a 3-cap, and Coast will have to push out pretty aggressively into Norska's Berserkers, which is just a rough situation to be in. Wolfric has decided, instead of Silasher, he needs to shut down Queen Bess, which I think is not a bad idea. She doesn't have a ton of ammo left, so it might be a bit of a waste. There we go. Fully finish off that deckhand mob for you. We're going to do a good job. I don't know if he'll actually stop her from firing. I'm not really sure what the mechanics are for that, but hopefully he can. She's actually engaged in melee, which she is. She shouldn't be firing. Black Spot will, however, be firing at him and might actually hit Queen Bess, the model herself, and kill it for him. But yeah, Coast Infantry just does not trade very effectively into Marauder Infantry, and now without their shooting to support them, they'll have a very, very hard time trading melee, especially without animated hulks to support. Wolfric is getting Last Samurai, and there are some bats coming to help as well, but Queen Bess, the crew has fled, so that he's trying to bait Wolfric into open ground, but the problem is they're getting friendly fired as well, and he's just going to run them down. So Queen Bess is offline. I think this is looking really rough for Coast. Despite having a slight value lead, they just cannot control space anymore. All of their value, like their big money units, have been shut down. The bombers, they're almost dead, and they still have so much ammo. There's just so much Norskan infantry to shoot through. Even these Berserkers on low health, they have 51 leadership and 46 models. They'll still kill a zombie. Like, they're still just doing just fine. On the high ground, we got some Death Guard coming in. Death Guard could be a bit of a problem. There are some... no, just the Marauders here. I don't really know how Norska deals with Depth Guard, but honestly, you don't really need to. You've got control of the rest of the map. You can just send some Marauders up there and bog them down for a while. You could do just fine, but... I don't know, we got a bunch of just basic gunnery mobs coming in. They're doing some good damage onto Wolfric, but... he's still alive. His under armor and his shields. These guys are actually doing a whole lot. And that's a pretty nice Sea Fang. Chips all 4 of those units. Not quite 4, just 3. Still. Shaman Sorcerer of Fire is getting nuked, but he's giving as good as he gets. Nice Burning Head comes through and roasts all 3 of those guns and your own Marauders for good measure. But now he needs to bail. He doesn't need to sit there and get shot anymore. Just, you know, just drop your load and leave. Sorry. Berserkers, yeah. Sirens will do alright, but against a Berserker, I suspect Sirens probably still lose to Berserkers, even with their Ethereal. Berserkers are just a really, really cost-effective infantry. Wolfric is back on Silasher, and she doesn't have a whole lot of help to be found. Just some bats are trying to come in and screen for her, but I don't know if it'll be enough. On the high ground, those Depth Guard are grinding away through the Norskan infantry very quickly, along some Siren support. So Coast should be able to take this objective fairly quickly. Got some skirmish cav. No, they're just chilling. Oh no, they're coming up. They are moving. The objective, but at this point, Coast does have to 3-cap, and I expect that'll be very hard to do. Zombies in the open field against all those dogs and mobility from Norska, as well as the killy infantry. It's gonna have a very hard time taking space, and Norska has reclaimed their value lead pretty heavily. And yeah, if these horsemen just kind of come in and just dance on the sides of the objective and don't fight the Depth Guard, it'll take them a very long time to cap and just get Norska even further ahead in victory tickets and put Coasts back against the wall even harder. Little bit of lag coming in, but that's not the end of the world. Doing just fine now. But yeah. Dogplay from Thomas has been really on point. Bob's guns have not been safe from the word go. He's been under pressure the entire time and been just hounded for the very privilege of firing. Bats come in and try and beat up the Marauder Horseman, but I feel like Marauder Horseman probably win that fight, I'll be honest. I don't know if the stats reflect that, but Marauder Horsemen tend to perform pretty well in melee, especially Norskins with the Berserk mechanic. Siren's doing a good job of routing some things off, but I just don't see how you remove these Marauders. Honestly, for Norska, I really just want to see Berserkers and Marauders being resummoned. Like, they're just so problematic for Coast to remove without their bombers on the field. That's really what I want to see. Wolfric is getting chipped down lower and lower, but these are still just pistol mobs. Which means they don't have AP, which means he's still very resilient. Silasher is still doing just fine. But honestly, I don't know why she's heading towards Wolfric. This could be bad. Wolfric doesn't have any of his buffs available. He'll still do good damage. He still is a much stronger melee combatant between the two. And okay, Coast finally takes objective number 1. They still gotta take the other 2, and Depth Guard moving off means that those Marauder Horsemen can just walk right back up there and retake it. Or, you know, these Hounds, or these Marauders, or those Marauders. The thing is that the Depth Guard can't be everywhere at once. They'll pretty much dominate any of the Norskan infantry, but there's only one of them. And I expect only going to be one of them. So they need to be everywhere at once, so he can't afford to just let them sit up here. But that means he's going to lose his objective, so he needs to reinforce it. But if he reinforces up here, he can't pressure the other 2 objectives. He's going to lose an area because he's so far behind. Wolfric is just hounding Silastra, though he's not doing a ton of damage. The Ethereal, there's all of her Fizzle Resist coming in really handy. But he's still doing good work. He's still making progress. That's, I don't know what that is. We get a nice Vengeist. Ooh, those Marauder Horsemen should dodge it. Should be able to dodge it. Ooh, oh, that's some really good damage there for Bob. Bit of a micro slip up from Tomos, but should still be able to stay alive and keep shooting. They haven't lost a ton of models. They're still firing pretty effectively. Depth Guard, like I said, should mulch these guys, but take some time, and that is something that Coast has in very short supply. Standmade Hulks, I really like this big push here down on the coast side, and honestly for Norska, just don't answer. Just go take Objective 1 back. There's nothing up here. Take Objective 1, turtle on it, and that means all of these zombies are stuck down here, and it'd have to waltz all the way up this hill to try and retake Objective 1. Normally, I've always said, like, defend what you have rather than taking objective you don't. But in this case, you don't have anything down here. Like, this objective is just free real estate for Coast. You have 1 Berserker and some dogs. The dogs can be in the high ground in moments. The zombies are slow as hell. Like, literally slow as death. So I'd rather just see a push towards the high ground for Norska, and just use that as your Helm's Deep. They've got Argon ground down, but they do have the hunger, so they should be healing up and just out healing the crumbling for the time being. Wolfric looks like he killed Silastra, or she was desummoned. Either way, she is gone, which removes a terror source for the side of Norska. This Berserker really needs to get on this objective, try and contest it, or leave, one of the two, but yes, leaving there means you cede that objective. But Coast still has to retake objective number 2, and they are running quickly out of time, as well as the fact that Norska is taking objective number 1, which will not be saved by these scurvy dogs, as the Marauders will out-trade them in melee, as well as out-capture them, forcing them to actually enter melee. And now Wolfric's coming on to do this depth guard, and if these guns keep trying to shoot the depth guard, or the Wolfric, they're going to hit the depth guard, which is just a really bad situation for you to be in. And yeah, perfect. Tomos is bringing the dogs up here, just take objective number 1, and like, any zombie that gets summoned now isn't going to make it to objective 1 in time to matter. It has to be mobility tools, it has to be animated hulks, which you can just deal with so much easier than if they were infantry. Like, Norska can just kill those things very, very quickly. And honestly, Norska's... Oh, that's a big slip up from Bob. He gave an attack order on these dogs, and Tomos just ran them away. And now 3 of his units walked off the objective, allowing Norska to possibly retake the objective. And they should be back on in time, but still... Just the... you really need those guys to be moving up the hill towards the other objectives you need to capture, rather than moving down the hill off the objective. And with Norska taking the high ground objective, as well as starting to retake the middle objective, and a cheeky burning head just in the open field, trying to slow down these guys. I think Norska's got this. I think Tomos will be taking this. I don't see how Coast gets units on these objectives in time. Their infantry's just too slow. Like I said, these zombies, we'll see if they get there by the time the game ends. Like, I doubt it. And this is the problem with Coast. Like, well, it's the problem with most of the undead factions, is their infantry is so slow. This is a very good example of how to play against these undead factions, to abuse their lack of mobility, specifically on their infantry. It's worse on Coast than the other factions who have cav, but still, very, very smart play from Tomos, who is once again banking a bunch of supplies, because I suspect he forgot to resummon once again. It's possible he just doesn't have anything in the summoning pool, because things have been routing off, but... Just about that far in like 30 seconds, maybe there before the game ends, but that'll be Tomos and Norska taking the victory, and that'll be Tomos, the winner of our newbie tournament for this week.
Unending glory is yours.
It was a good series. That was a bunch of close games. Even that last game, like, Norska seemed pretty like in the lead most of the time, but Coast was getting some really nice spells, really counterpunching pretty hard. What am I trying to do here? Ah, yes, this. Yeah, Wolfric was a really big problem for Coast. Coast just didn't seem to have a good answer to him. Thomas did an excellent job of just shutting down his opponent's missile units, and then once the missile units were gone, just abusing his mobility advantage. Because the thing is, when your opponent has long-range missile units, specifically things like Queen Bess, then you're forced to go and fight them. Because you can't just sit back and get shot by them. You're forced to go fight them. Which is, so, you can't just like kite around and abuse your mobility lead. So once the Queen Bess is removed, which eventually did happen, then Tomos suddenly is able to shift gears and say, okay, I don't have to rush anymore. Now I can be a little more coy and be a little more cagey with where I take my fights. And he transitioned between those two stages very, very effectively. Dog's got a lot of value. Well, they probably summoned a bunch. Yeah, well played to our players, and thank you all for playing. Thank you everybody who played. Thank you all for hanging out the stream. I really appreciate it. But that's all we got for you for this week. Really sloppy the last game. Need to learn more than Lizardmen. Well, yeah. If you want to win best of threes, you got to have more than 3 factions in your back pocket. Well, if it makes you feel better, Bob, at least you tied in the banner game. But that's all we got for you this week. Thank you guys so much for coming out and watching. Thank you all for playing. I will see you guys